Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, February 28th, 2023 Board of Supervisors meeting. We will begin with a flag salute led by County Counsel Karen Schwab.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next item is consent agenda. I know Supervisor Landon wants to recuse herself from 17D.
Yes, that's correct. I serve on the board for Lighthouse Counseling, and so I'm just going to recuse myself on that item.
Okay, thank you. Are any other items need to be pulled from the board?
There's been a request for 14A to be pulled.
14A?
14A.
14A.
Correct.
Are there any other items? Is there anyone in the public that wishes to address the board on any items on the consent to be pulled? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Victor Beckett. Can I read just 3-4 minutes max? As Suzanne mentioned,
Well,
we
actually,
we've
all we're
already-
doing was
we've
just
already pulled the item.
pulling item
Okay.
14A
Yeah,
already.
so
Yeah,
it'll-
yeah, we'll speak
yeah.
on it in a little bit.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you? My name is Dave Daly. I live on 3815 Delmar Avenue, and I want to talk to you about the cancer that you've people allowed to come in our county. The cancer is the vagrants that you are allowing into our
You can
country.
speak to that under public comment. This is, we're doing under consent agenda.
Oh, okay. I'm
All
sorry.
right, that's okay. Thanks. Yeah. Is anyone online?
I see none, Chair.
Okay, then the board will entertain, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the remaining items.
I'll second.
Moved by Gustafson, seconded by Jones. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Gore? Landon?
Yes.
Jones?
Aye.
Gustafson? Holmes?
Aye. Now we'll move to item 17D. Pardon?
It's 14. We don't need to move to 17.
Oh, we don't, okay. 14A then, we'll move to item 14A. Okay, now Mr. Beckett, or, yeah,
I'll let my neighbor talk first, and then I'll.
yeah, okay.
Hi, my name's Lance Cheney. I reside at 3869 Haskell Way, which is a property that abuts the park at Granite Bay. So my understanding is this consent item 14A was to abandon an easement that is used or is intended for sewer access to my property, as well as my neighbors' right to future development. And so I was a little surprised because I was not informed of this. Victor made me aware of it a couple days ago, so I haven't had a chance to formally get an engineer to look at feasibility or anything, but I did look at the plans. I have experience doing engineering and drafting in the past, and so I had put together a plan that shows how this utility easement, this sewer easement, would be usable for me if I were to put in something like an ADU, right? I'm currently on septic. To put in a sewage system using that particular easement and the connection to Park at Granite Bay would not be very difficult, should meet all of the codes very easily. If, on the other hand, that easement was abandoned, I would need to go down to Sierra College, which involves tunneling through a hill, right? I'm going to have to sink much deeper, go into a big public roadway, and create a lot of problems there at much greater expense for myself as well as inconvenience to the public. And so my question really today is about trying to figure out what the value of that easement is and why it is being abandoned when today it has the most utility it's ever had. Right? There will be a public sewer system there that I can connect to, that I can get an engineering firm to come up with a real, a full plan, whatever is needed there to show that it has utility. But let's not abandon something that's useful for people.
All righty, we'll have staff answer your questions for you. Supervisor Jones, your light is on, did you have?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Chairman Holmes and members of the board, David Kwong, your agency director. Maybe I can first ask, we do have a brief summary of the process that has gone on. on this project in the last 3 years, if you like that. Otherwise, I can, at this point, respond to you. If you want some more background, I can go into it. But to the extent, I did want to note, this was a project that went through a process. The discretionary entitlements for the tenant map, the rezone, the EIR actually went through the Board of Supervisors in 2019. That was actually approved by both Plan Commission and the Board of Supervisors on appeal. It was actually subsequently litigated as well. And so all the tenant map issues, the sewer alignment, the easements, the abandonments, those were all properly discussed during a hearing. To the extent the noticing was done and conducted at the same time, both times at both Plan Commission and the Board of Supervisors as well. So that hearing was done. The item before you is literally just the final engineering mechanism that solidified and validate the decision that was made at the time the Plan Commission and the Board of Supervisors made their final action on it back in 2019. I can go into a little bit more with Ben and give you an overview, but at this time and at this point, the project has been heard before during the tenant map process, and again, it was actually litigated as well. So to the extent we're bringing forward a approval that really follows the board's action at that time, that's what is being brought before you.
Okay, thank you.
So I would say, there's never a time to, never a wrong time to go back and fix something that's broken, right? I bought the house in 2019. The plans that I have show, the existing easement. I don't see any indication that it's abandoned. I may not have a full set of plans. I wasn't informed ever about that type of impact to my property. And it may be that they, talked to the previous owner. I'm not sure there. But in terms of serving the county's future desires, right, which is to put people on sewer, I don't understand why we would abandon this. I don't know what value it provides to the developer. Maybe there's something there that isn't clear to me. But to have an easement on your land is not a huge burden. I don't understand why we would just get rid of it.
Can the staff provide some deeper background or?
Thank you, Chair Holmes. Ben Bart, Auction County Surveyor. I have a couple of statements on the process and where we're at now. The requested approval of this subdivision final map is an administrative process to complete the awarded entitlement. Subdivision final map is a 55 residential lot subdivision, including 3 open space drainage lots, 2 landscape frontage lots along Sierra College Boulevard, and a .81 acre neighborhood park within the 16 acre property. The improvement plans include privately maintained road surface, public water, public sewer services, and utility services within the gated subdivision. The tentative subdivision map entitlement package and EIR was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission August 25, 2016, with public noticing, and was approved by the Board of Supervisors October 11, 2016, with public noticing. The existing site contained public and private improvements from prior divisions that were indicated on the approved tentative map as proposed to be abandoned. The improvement plans have been prepared, reviewed, approved, and approved by review departments in accordance with the approved tentative map, subdivision map, and conditions of approval in May 2022. The subdivision final map has been prepared, reviewed, and approved by review departments in accordance with the approved tentative map and conditions of approval. Subdivision final map approvals are ministerial. California Government Code 66458 indicates if the subdivision map meets the requirements of the approved tentative map and associated conditions of approval, the map shall be approved. With that, I'm available for any questions about the map.
Supervisor Jones, you had a question?
Yes, I do have some questions. 2019, of course, that precedes me. So a couple of questions, actually. So you mentioned these plans were approved in 2019, but that was with a different...
My apologies, I looked at the 9 right side up. It was 2016, but it was approved at that time. It was duly noticed at both hearings, and to extent when the map goes forward, what happens as a process is staff looks at it to see if it's consistent with the county's codes and requirements. We also make sure that our public works partners are looking at it for consistency with any kind of applicable master plans as well. So at that time, we're looking at this and bringing it forward. So I would say it was actually it probably, from what, I wasn't here either, but to an extent, it was probably a more robust hearing because it was actually granted at the board on appeal, and then subsequently litigated, as I mentioned. So it had a thorough vetting process that it went through. And so now what we're bringing forward now, when the market's right, the builders, these builders are looking at purchasing it and buying it in accordance with the conditions and the plans that were approved at that time.
So when someone new buys it, all of those improvements that were done in 2016 all carry forward with no other further action required?
As conditioned of approval, so they still have to prepare subsequent plans, but the plans are prepared consistent with the county codes and requirements.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions, and it might require DPW, our sewer specialists, to answer. In the staff report, it does say here, in addition, the developer applied to the Department of Public Works for an abandonment of the sewer easement and a sewer access easement that currently served a neighboring parcel. Upon completion and acceptance of the required subdivision improvements, which will make the existing infrastructure and easements unnecessary, all abandonment processing fees were paid. The proposed abandonment was distributed for comments, and no objections were received. So I'm curious, how were the proposed abandonment, how was that distributed for comment?
Thank you, Supervisor Jones. A public easement abandonment is circulated amongst the county departments and public utility providers in the area to inform the Department of Public Works whether there are extenuating circumstances or improvements within those easements that need to be relocated. So that circulation is within Placer County and within utility providers that utilize those easements that are proposed for public easement abandonment.
So it says that no objections were received. Would that be just objections by county
Correct.
departments?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
The-
I'm missing something here because there are neighboring parcels that could benefit from this easement, this sewer easement. Why aren't the neighbors notified of this and whether there's any public use for that?
So to the extent that the tentative subdivision map that was approved by the board in 2016 includes the depiction of the proposed easement abandonments. So all of the easement abandonments were proposed at that time, and that was effectively the opportunity of the noticing of the easement abandonment. The actual application by the property owner for the abandonment is the effectuation of the entitlement that was awarded to abandon those easements. So it really is the permission to abandon is the approved tentative map, and then the exercising of that abandonment is the application and the distribution to the utility holders that are in those easements.
Okay, so I'm still not understanding. There are 3 parcels that abut that project that could benefit from the sewer easement. I'm going to kind of make an analogy here because what I've learned from another private property owner on Eureka who wants to hook up to sewer is now, according to our ordinance, is required to install a sewer line all the way to the next parcel owner. So for me, that's expensive and onerous on private property owners. When we have the situation where a developer is developing a parcel for 55 homes, and there's already an existing easement for sewer there, but there's no attempt to contact those neighbors or require them to provide sewer service to their neighboring. Do you see what I'm comparing? Is the demand to put that on a private owner who wants to connect to sewer, but yet not to a developer who could serve 3 parcels?
Supervisor Jones, maybe I see what you're saying. I think what I would ask for the consideration is that those issues probably should have been brought up during the tenant map stage. This is more of a engineering document, as Ben said, that's really exercising what was heard at the time. So if there's any choice to do so right now from the builder standpoint that they would like to, it still fits their program, that's their choice. But what the builder has done at this point and or developer has done is they're complying with the conditions of approval that were subsequently heard by the Planning Commission and the board. So
In 2013.
well, it's 2016. Yes, so it's just more of time has passed, and they did not final the map. They're filing the map now, obviously 6-7 years later, because there's much more of a market. But to the extent they're following the conditions of approval is what the development company is doing at this point.
Right, and then we have an additional homeowner who moved in since that. So I'm at a loss for why we let 7 years go by and considered no possible changes to anything or demands for this sewer easement, the use of the sewer easement. How do we jump 7 years and say everything's the same as it was in 2016, and therefore we are just going to move forward and abandon this?
It's the interesting thing about subdivision map acts. Oftentimes, even at the legislative level, they've allowed for subdivision maps to extend for 12, 14, 15 years is my recollection, maybe longer. So you can pick up a tentative map that's very old, if you can find one, and finalize it based upon the conditions that were previously agreed to. And that's the way tentative maps are processed in terms of being consistent with both subdivision map act at the state level and our county subdivision ordinances as well.
Okay, but it does concern me here that this information was distributed for comment, but yet it wasn't distributed to any of those neighboring property owners.
Yeah, and I think if I can understand Ben correctly, that was really exercising what was previously already completed at the time of the map approval.
Okay, and the only other thing I will say is the one neighbor has been in communication with various county staff about the need to connect to sewer, and so they were technically on notice that there was a need by an adjoining neighbor, but nothing but lip service was ever given to that neighbor. And now we're at this point where we're abandoning, so technically the county was on notice that there was a need for that easement.
I understand you, Supervisor. I think staff's also bounded by the board's approval of those conditions, so we can't go making changes because we sometimes think it might be good, but to the extent that that was what the discretionary hearing was about, and so we're complying with what the hearing results were.
County Council has a question, or
I want to put this a little in perspective. There was an EIR that was prepared and certified for this project. And within that EIR, it analyzed the various components, including sewer. So there was a full-fledged public hearing on this project. And as Mr. Kwong is mentioning, under the Subdivision Map Act, when we come to this point in the process, we have finished the public hearings and the public input on the project, merits of the project. Improvement plans have been drawn, and what we have right now is under the Subdivision Map Act, a ministerial act to approve the map. And it's to be approved if it meets the conditions of approval, which this particular map does. Mr. Deck is here if you want to hear the answers to why particular sewer hookups or alignments have been designed for this project. But this is not something where we suddenly open it up to discretionary review on whether one alignment or the other is appropriate. This is based on the improvement plans that were approved by the staff.
Right, and the EIR you're speaking of was done when, and public comment received, was that in 2016 as well?
That's correct.
Yeah, it was
October.
certified in 2016.
I have a question. You say it was litigated. Was there a settlement, or was there a
Not the sewer easement.
court ruling?
Wasn't the sewer easement that was litigated?
No,
Something completely
the
different.
project, merits of the project were challenged in court, and there was a settlement.
Okay.
But it
all
was
right.
for the drainage on the back part of the property,
Okay.
and neighbors. it didn't have anything to do with the sewer easement. Okay, well, I've asked all my questions, so if you will entertain
Any
them.
comments from board members? I see none. Mr. Beckett.
Hello, this is Victor Beckett. I'm the second neighbor on Haskell Way that gets to benefit from the sewer easement. Let me give you some historical background. Apparently, Placer County requires any house within 300 feet of public sewer to hook to sewer, according to Placer County On-Site Sewer Manual, Chapter 2A1, Physical and Legal Availability, and according to Placer County Land Development Manual, Section 6, Sewage Section 6. So, and according to the Placer County Ordinance 13.12.230, that it requires anybody hooking to sewer, new construction hooking to sewer, to extend the sewer to the frontage to the neighbors. The frontage means any neighbor gets to benefit from the natural flow of gravity. So Placer, with all this respect to this EIR and an entitlement that you have approved, and most of you are aware of how things were rushed, the project is lacking, and most of this sewer access to the neighbors are inadequate. And the proof of that is that you cannot violate your own laws and your own codes. In addition to the California Civic Code 887.050, that you cannot abandon an easement if it has a use. The easement is not used at any time, past, present, or future prospect. And all your abandoning of easements by the board, it says this sewer easement has no present or prospective use. You are now aware that we have an absolute need for this easement, and we've been desperate. My lot line adjustment been blocked for a year and a half since November 21, and the reason is that they wanted me to do a soil test to keep us on septic. We're bordering 500 feet on the south to Placer retirement residents who were supposed to bring sewer to us. They didn't. You didn't enforce. I talked to Mr. Ivaldi. He said, oh, we forgot. Sorry. The ship has sailed. Too bad. And then I was told that by Cali and other people in January 22, and said, wait, we'll be discussing the park sewer plans, and might give you an access to sewer. So everybody was aware. County Council, Mr. Clayton Cook, Cali, Mr. Kevin Bell, and everybody in the county was aware of our need for sewer, because it doesn't make any sense to keep us this enclave blocked from sewer, where you have sewer in the north serving 56 homes, sewer in the south serving 145 units in Plaza residence, total of 200 units, and you cannot provide sewer to 3 homes on Haskell Way. So the point is that we're not asking you to provide sewer. All we're asking you is just keep this public sewer easement so we will have access to it. It's very simple. Again, it doesn't cost the developer much, and it means a lot to us. Right now, talking about here and now, Placer County owns this public sewer easement. According to California Code, Government Code 66434, no public easement vested in another public entity shall be abandoned pursuant to this section if that public entity objects to the proposed abandonment. I respect that they have entitlement and they've been working for 6 or 7 years. But again, I'm sorry to say it, this should have been Placer County staff job to find ways to help the neighbors access sewer, not us finding by chance and not notified that yes, there was access to sewer to you, but sorry, too bad, we will take it away from you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Thank you very much.
Your time is up. Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. So I'd like to just ask a couple of clarifying questions, and this will help me since it's not super clear. So you've got some property owners who at some point might want to expand maybe an AD or something, which would need access to sewer, whether it's a well or access to the sewer. And the way it works right now is that, well, what I'm trying to figure out is what happens to these folks if this easement is abandoned? What happens to these folks if they want to hook into sewer? How can they do that, or are they not able to do that? That's my question. They want to add an ADU. How do they do that if that easement is abandoned?
So, good morning, Board. Jared Deck, Program Manager for Environmental Engineering. I can talk a little bit about the history of how the sewer sheds were defined, and also with the Park at Granite Bay, how the property was kind of looking at those different sewer sheds. So like mentioned before, in 2016, the EIR was approved. I was not part of those conversations before that point, but environmental engineering was part of those conversations to understand how all those properties were going to be served. The Park at Granite Bay and also the properties along Haskell Way, which is south there. So not only the properties that are represented by these two gentlemen, but there's another parcel to the east, and then the parcel is actually south of that as well. And so the park at that point analyzed everything to understand the best way of servicing the sewer. And so at that point, they identified two different sewer sheds, two distinct sewer sheds, one within the Park at Granite Bay, and a second one containing all the properties along Haskell Avenue or Road? Way. Haskell
So
Way.
there were two options, something north and something south.
Correct, and so
Okay.
two distinct sewer sheds, both flowing to the east across Sierra College to the connection point of the available sewer on the other side of the road. And so that option is still option, and that's actually the option that was defined within the approved process of the EAR and also what has been defined moving forward. And so that is their option currently.
So the developer chose to choose the second easement, the more south easement.
So there isn't a second easement, it's just potentially
Or
serve that along the
sewer line,
roadway. Yes,
right?
correct.
So based on where the sewer is going to go on that property, these folks to the north, are they able to hook into that sewer?
Yes.
They are.
Yep.
Their concern is that based on where the sewer is laying, it's going to cost them more money to go further south.
Correct. So it would actually go east along Haskell Way. So Haskell Way runs east to west, and so east across Sierra College Boulevard. And so at that point, it wasn't looked at just for these two specific parcels. It was looked at for all of the parcels surrounding Haskell Way. So the larger sewer shed to serve the whole area. And that was the defining factor of understanding how that sewer shed should be built.
Okay. And so they could still access it.
Correct.
It's just that it would be a bigger process or a longer access to
Yep.
the sewer.
So either way, they'd have to create engineering plans, define that, it would be public sewer, and they'd have to build that either direction that potentially would go. But the defined direction right now is going out Haskell Way across Sierra College to the connection point there.
Would it,
Supervisor, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, thank you. I just had a follow-up, and it's gravity flow either direction. That's when you define a sewer shed that
Yep.
you're looking
And
at.
so I don't have the history to understand if it can all gravity flow for all those parcels along Haskell Way up through the park. But to the connection point across Sierra College down Haskell Way, it has been proven that it can gravity flow that whole direction.
Okay. And then, do you know if these property owners were in ownership during the process, the prior approval?
I do not know that, but from
Okay.
the sound.
I'll ask
like-
them.
Yes, they were not.
Okay.
I believe Mr. Beckett was present at the EIR approval.
Okay. So they were the owners of those properties were notified at that time, but maybe ownership has changed and that's an
Correct.
issue. Can you give she'll distribute it to us. Thanks, that's,
Yeah, I just wanted to make one quick comment because, he's right. You can always find a way, right? My experience in civil engineering is fairly limited, but I did some, drafting and sewer design work 25 years ago. When I look at the property, that I have, I can access Sierra College. It's not too hard. I've got to go downhill, right? It's going to flow. I'm going to have to cut up some of my pavement. That's fine. For somebody like Victor, there's actually a valley between Sierra College, right? A big hill and a valley, and then back up to his property. And for him to make it to Sierra College is going to require tunneling that very deep under that hill that's just across from my property. It is a big expense compared to the connection through the Park at Granite Bay. So when you guys, did the analysis, yes, it's feasible. But when we look at the cost difference, I think the cost difference is going to be substantial. And I don't know why that wasn't considered at the time. Obviously, it's, to some extent, it's water under the bridge because it was done 7 years ago, right? I wasn't part of that process. But certainly as an engineer today, I would look at it and go, I want something that's efficient. That doesn't seem efficient. Why would we do that?
So this has been fully vetted. It's been to the Planning Commission, it's been to the Board of Supervisors, it's been litigated, and it's approved. We're here today to do the final map. We're not here today to open this back up and go back through the process. Is that a fair assumption?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, so I'm not willing to take any more testimony on this. Supervisor Gustafson, did you still have?
Oh, I apologize.
So-
I think I hear what the residents are saying, right? And I understand that we had the process. I understand their frustration about feeling like they hadn't gotten heard necessarily from staff previously. And is there, and maybe not, I mean, I'm guessing, this is my guess, the developer is like, this is the best way to do it, right? Went through the process, there was maps, the EIR, the whole bit. This was the best way to do it. And now you've got some residents who doesn't work as well for them. So I understand their frustration, and I'd love to fix it. I'm just not quite sure if there's a way to fix it.
Can I make a comment then? Yes, well, I in part agree with that, but I would like for you all to turn to page 160 in your board docs, just so I can draw you a little bit of an example of what you're trying to think of. You'll see Lot D on the southern portion between Lot 7 and 8. That's where the sewer easement was. The parcels we're talking about, the 3 parcels, go from Sierra College all the way back to about Lot 12 or 13, I'm going to say. So without that sewer easement of being able to connect to that sewer, these parcel owners now have to run their sewer to connect. They have to run it all the way down that full length to Sierra College, and then they have to tunnel under 4 lanes and a center median to get to the sewer connection. Are you looking at, no, on page 160. That's just to give you an idea of the onerousness of this, and I'm a little bit disappointed that to service 3 parcels, we didn't do something more back in 2016. And to that extent, I guess that's as much as I can say.
I'm not willing to open this up to further review,
That's fine with me, Chair.
so is there a motion to approve this? Or
Well, I'm going to just ask a question, sorry. And that is, I don't know enough to know, right? Why can't the property owners at some point hook into the sewer line at the new development? Is that something that has to then be decided by the developer at some point?
I think if I can ask Chair and the board, that's something you can ask the developer who's here today. But it would probably be something of their own accord, whether they can work it out in terms of the neighbor-to-neighbor type situation. It might end up where they have to record a new easement, but to the extent that that would be a separate process that they're doing privately on their own accord.
Could be done. Thank you.
Okay, what is the will of the board?
You know, I'm going to make a motion to approve this.
We have a motion by Gustafson for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Landon. Let's have a roll call vote.
Landon,
Yes.
Jones,
No.
Gustafson,
Yes.
Gore,
Yes.
Holmes.
Yes. Thank you. Now let's get on. Now is the time for public comment. Persons may address the board on items not on this agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person, since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. Good morning again.
Good morning again, sir and ladies. My name is Dave Daly. I live at 3815 Delmar And I want to address the cancer that you've allowed in our Placer County. You call these people homeless. My definition of a homeless person is somebody who's living in his car, who has a job, who just lost their house, who's paying taxes. The people that you keep throwing money at are not homeless. They're criminals and they're vagrants. 4 weeks ago, on my way to the town council meeting in Loomis, I had one of your vagrants in my Mustang in front of my house trying to steal my car at 6 o'clock at night. I called So I called the Placer County Sheriffs. They came out and arrested her. This girl was 45 years old. She had warrants in Texas for stealing vehicles and mail, and they found her in my Mustang with mail, somebody else's mail, like 3 or 4 people's with mail, and you keep throwing money at this problem. Is there a way that we can either send these people back to where they came from, any state they came from, and let them deal with it so you're not wasting all of our public resources? And if you don't read the incident page, we have vagrants masturbating in stores, throwing stuff at people, using our public resources. Every time a fire truck has to leave their station, it costs us $5,000. It don't matter if they go to the scene or not. Every time a fire truck leaves the station, it costs us money. And now I was listening to a meeting early this morning where you people are asking to feed these people through our county jails. These people should be in jail. You haven't done nothing about the drug problem. You could smile all you want. It doesn't matter to me, because we're living the nightmare that you people have caused. And you go back in your rich little communities, and we have nowhere to go. Sooner or later, the people are going to fight back, and you're going to find these people laying all over the streets. And don't come looking at us, because it's going to be your fault.
Thank you. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning, Jennifer, Placer County. Oh, there you go. Jennifer, Placer County. I just wanted to kind of circle back to us being an ag community here, and not allowing the mRNA shots come to our animals. We've had quite a big disaster that's not really being reported in Ohio with the chemical spill. A lot of our grains, a lot of our meat, a lot of things that we eat come from that area. They're going to be contaminated, or the land's not going to be able to grow food anymore. We really need to protect our land and our animals and our food here. We don't need to use this new fertilizer that's going to be coming up using decomposed dead people in it. That's coming in 2024. Through this whole thing with this polluted land coming up, they're trying to put these smart cities in Ohio as well. And there's a plan right now in England in one city where they're breaking it into 6 districts. You can't leave that district more than 100 times a year by car. They're blocking off all the streets so you can no longer drive through the streets you used to be able to drive through. And this is a little bit concerning as well, because we just went through that horrible remapping of our county, and then the state went through and said we had to do a different map. And they used different definitions of what urbanization is. And they urbanized Penryn and Loomis, where in our maps we weren't allowed to do that. And we really need to be aware as we're continuing to do planning, like we just saw. We've missed some things to make things a little bit difficult, but we've got all this planning coming up. And we need to make sure we're not planning in these 15-minute cities. This will really cause an economic downturn here in our county. People come from lots of other counties to use our services here, and we use our services here. We're not going to be able to maintain our small businesses, which they already tried to destroy during COVID. We're going to end up into these very large big box stores, and once we go to digital IDs, we're not going to be able to buy anything if you're not playing in these games that have been laid out ahead of us. And so please think about how just the small thing about food and then to our living situation, it's all connected. And please really help our ag community, really give them the support. I know we do that, but really say no to these mRNA shots because it may end up killing our food here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Richard.
Good morning. My name's Richard Lingenjoe. This is more like a report. The Board of Supervisors is involved with electrical power, funding solar, and EV charging. There's no more important resource than electrical power. And probably nothing more important than the board could be involved with. You might say, well, the sheriff and the hospitals. Well, I've built hospitals. And the emergency generator at the hospital will probably run on the available fuel tank for about 3 days. Thorium Electric next step, hopefully with the county planning coordination, will be a site selection, which will require PG&E to evaluate the point of connection. The generator to generate electricity cannot be just built helter-skelter and hope PG&E will run electrical lines over to it. The generator has to be built with PG&E cooperation, so when it's built, PG&E will be there to, we can hook up to the power lines that are there. At any rate, I have here my recap of a meeting that I had with the Resource Planning Department. And would you please pass one out? There's a copy here for the entire board, not just the supervisors, but council and the administrator as well. And I appreciate help I've got from you folks in facilitating meetings. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Are there any other members of the audience want to address the board on public comment? I see none. Anyone online? No.
Sandy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, good morning. This is Sandy from Placer County. I just wanted to say something off the clock real quick. That first situation with the easement, I had my hand raised up for a public comment online, and I don't think you guys saw it. I don't know if that was something that I could still comment on in addition to my public comment.
Yeah, that's fine. That's okay.
Oh, okay. So can I go ahead and say what I wanted to say at the time when you didn't see my hand up?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I feel really badly about what's going on with those residents. And if I heard clearly, one of the residents was citing code. And he was citing code that almost sounds like it was being ignored at the time that these plans were even drawn up. I don't know what was litigated initially, but does that open our county for further litigation if codes are being broken and it wasn't detected at the time? So that's one comment regarding that. And then the other comment was, what was the other comment? Now I'm forgetting. Anyways, but yeah, that is concerning to me. And oh yeah, the other comment was the process that, we talk about it as if it's, accepted. It's just, that's just the way it is. Well, one of the other residents said, there's no late time to go back and correct something. So if the process perhaps needs to be reexamined and amended somehow, so that we can be more up to date, especially with so many of these changes that are going on, like what Jennifer mentioned too. We don't want to make these same mistakes. So those are comments I wanted to have on the record here for you guys this morning regarding that. So if you want to start the clock on my other public comment, you can do that.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for listening. All right, so I'm going to read something to you guys. First of all, hello, Board of Supervisors. I want to take this opportunity to inform you of some news that has happened in one of our sister counties, in San Joaquin County. This news involves alleged infringement on one of our most fundamental rights here in our country, the right to free and fair elections. You may have heard of the arrest of the Lodi Council member Shakir Khan over a week ago now. He is currently facing multiple felony charges associated with election fraud. I am not a resident of San Joaquin County, but I am still very concerned about the integrity of our election process, especially with the use of electronic machines that have a risk of being hacked into. Also concerned with the online voter registration loopholes that are being discovered by the amazing sheriffs there in San Joaquin County while they've been investigating this case. I have to say, I'm very pleased with the manner in which the sheriffs there conducted their investigation and how well they presented the timeline of the events that led to the councilman's arrest. It was especially good to hear of the collaboration that occurred between the sheriffs, the citizens of the community, and the elections office in responding to the election integrity concerns of the citizens. It is my hope that we can use this valuable information from a sister county to help uncover any election integrity irregularities that may affect us here in Placer County. I also hope that we can find similar collaborative attitudes amongst our county sheriffs, our elections office, and you here on the Board of Supervisors. I have submitted an email with these words and a link to the press conference that was provided by the sheriffs in San Joaquin County so that you can take a listen to the various discrepancies in the voter rolls that were discovered during their investigation. So I went ahead and submitted that to the clerk. I hope you guys get it and you have a chance to take a listen, because there were a number of discrepancies that had they not had a focus on, they would have missed. And this is very important. So thank you so much for listening, and let me know if you have any questions. You have my email address.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else? No. Supervisor Landon?
I just had one quick response to the gentleman who had some comments on homelessness. I just thought it might be good for you to, if you have a chance, look into the Supreme Court ruling, Martin versus Boise, which limits the county's ability to do a lot of things with homelessness. But I just wanted to put on the record, I believe our Health and Human Services Department is doing an incredible job trying to live within the parameters that we have to operate under state and federal law. And while I understand your frustrations and hear you, there are a lot of things that are being done really well here in Placer County. But look up Martin versus Boise to just understand what we're working under.
I actually did look up that case, ma'am, and it says nothing about drugs, and nothing about vagrancy, and nothing about these people using drugs and getting away. It dealt with homeless people, people that have lost their job, that are living in their cars, who are just down on their luck. That's homeless. I read the Boise case.
Okay, sir, your time is up. Okay, we're going to move on with our meeting. Thank you. Now it's time for board member reports or county executive report. Any board member reports? I see none. I was waiting County Executive.
Good morning. Thank you, Board Chair. I just wanted to call the board's attention. Certainly you'll be hearing more from staff on our mobile temporary shelter, but just wanted to give a shout out to our multidisciplinary staff team who have set up the mobile temporary shelter on point with the settlement, who have executed and problem solved in our first few weeks of operation. So great thanks to Probation, Health and Human Services, Public Works, Facilities, the Sheriff's Office, Risk Management, Procurement, CEDRA, as guided by CEO and Council. So thank you again to our staff team.
All right, I concur. Thank you. All righty. Now, we will move on to our 9:30 timed item. Thank you for your patience, Andy. This is a presentation and update on the Auburn Interfaith Food Closet operations. Andy Hayes, President of Auburn Interfaith Food Closet.
I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for accepting my request to be able to participate today and to provide you this briefing. You each should have a packet of the slides I'm going to go over. I want to start by also pointing out that as an interfaith group, when we have meetings, we have a opening devotional of some type, and I found a prayer in mid-January that talked about thank you, Lord, for opening up the heavens and drowning us. And I've been told by my staff that somebody was really good prayer warrior and they should stop. So, the front page here of this slide deck shows a section of the county in yellow, and that represents our service area. We will accept anybody who lives between Loomis all the way up to Immigrant Gap and from the Bear River to the south border. And people, anyone that lives on those territories is eligible to come to us. If someone outside those territories comes to us and they are needy, we are going to give them some food and then also give them information about other resources in their area. So we do as much as we can to help people in a short-term basis. We've estimated that about a quarter of the residents of Placer County live in this section. And so when we focus on the service levels we do, we try and understand it in that perspective. This next chart is from a report that was done in 2021 at the behest of the Sacramento Regional Foundation. They did a deep dive on food and resource and agriculture, restaurants, the whole food to fork program. But in that, they did a deep dive on food insecurity. And you can see in the chart there on the right, the 4 counties of the region, and you can see that Placer County had the least impact of food insecurity at about 9.8% projected in 2021, with an expectation it was probably going to rise a little bit. On the left, you can see a heat map or a density map of various levels in which they project where the food insecurity lies. And what is interesting is that of the 3 heaviest density areas, 2 of them are in our specific zone. One of them is associated where the Greens is, and the other is around the central part of Auburn, where we have a lot of Section 8 housing. But you can also see that even the broad area in Cindy's area to the east of us has a density that's higher than some of the people are far apart, but there's impoverishment there. So if you look at it as a whole, it's about 1 in 10 residents is probably food insecure based on the analysis. But in our area that we serve, it's probably at least 1 in 9, if not a little bit higher than that. If you use that information and calculate the numbers, that would suggest that in our service area of about 110, 115,000 people, 11,000 people probably could come to us and be in the food. We will take anybody, but those are the ones. This next slide really just focuses on our programs. People can come once every 30 days. They receive food of 4 days of groceries. We don't give out the meals, we give out the groceries for people to prepare the food for each person in the household. So obviously a family of 5 will go out with a much larger amount of food than a family of 2. The center column shows the things that everybody will get, and we distribute in proportion. But we also have other programs when we have the food available, extras, anything that's on the shelves that we give for every person. Staples we started 2 years ago, where we're now giving out cooking supplies, flour, sugar, and oil, some spices. And this really goes along with our mission about how do we help these people develop self-reliance so that they can do things on their own. We'll talk about it in a minute, but a grant that you have given us to do a pilot study earlier this year, or late last year, is so we can now have hygiene items available and give each person who walks through the opportunity to get some hygiene items that would be important to them. And this includes toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, soaps, and toilet paper, which can be a real problem for people. We're not quite there with pet food yet, but that may be the next grant I come to you and ask for. Our core program is what we've talked about, people coming to us and receiving food, but we also have other programs associated with this. In 2020, we received a grant to support home delivery for people that were shut-ins. And we've redefined that now to this is available for people who are unable to come to us during our standard operating hours. And we now are serving about 10% of the people of us with home delivery. We were able to secure a refrigerated van, which has multiple purposes, but one of them is to be able to do this delivery. And we do 8 routes on the between the second and third weeks of the month, going up into all the way to, I think the highest up the hill is in Gold Run, but we also are kind of serving Loomis. We have people in Penryn, throughout the area. We also have the turkey drive that we do each year, where people, and this is not related to the other program, anybody in the area is eligible to call in and ask for a turkey, and they get to pick it up on the Monday before Thanksgiving. We've had 5 years running of this program where we've had enough donations of turkeys from the community and some of our businesses that we've always had a few turkeys left over for people later that month. The core of what I wanted to focus you on is in the next couple slides, and it's data. And so this is data dense, but I think it's important and it may be information that some of you may not have realized. The upper left is a line chart that shows the number of families we served each year since we opened. And you can see that after 1998, we rose, and we peaked in 2010 at the time of the last major economic crisis. Unemployment in this area was over 10%, I was told. I wasn't here, so I couldn't be part of that. But since then, it's improved, and it got down to under 3% in the Auburn area itself. You can see that in 2020, we suddenly dropped. And that actually occurred in April 2020. And it's when major changes had to be made in our society to deal with COVID. And lots of things happened. But people disappeared on us. We had people who came regularly and they stopped coming. We decided we wanted to understand that better, and so the pie chart on the bottom left is the results of a phone call survey we did of people who had that pattern. And what we discovered was about a third of those people were better off. The various agency programs that were in place, the changes in entitlements, the stimulus checks, the child tax credit, ended up that these people didn't need to come to us. They had enough money in their budget to be able to take care of themselves, and so they stopped coming. And this is a pattern we've always seen, that not everybody comes every month, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We saw another quarter who were too isolated to be able to get to us. And because we had the home delivery program, we were able to put those people into that program. We had another group who we discovered left the area, and so greener pastures were somewhere else. Whatever was the reason they were living in our service area, they decamped. What I can't tell you is whether this is normal churn, and we just discovered it through this process, versus this was a unique moment of people having to go somewhere else to be economically viable. But it was interesting to see these, and we're starting now a process to touch our people, our guest base, regularly so we can understand these things better. The middle upper chart is one that shows how many times did someone come in 2022. So the first bar is, that's height of that bar is how many people came just once. And as you work your way across, you can see the last bar is how many people came every month. The red line is the cumulative percentage. And so if you look at that, you can see that about where it crosses the 50% level, it was about 5 times in the year. So people who do come to us titrate their services. They are not there every single month. But there are some that are. Those are the hardcore hungry, and those are the ones that we want to figure out what else can we do. If you look at the bottom pie chart in the middle, this is a breakdown of our three how we classify the groups in 3. The gray area are the people who come to us and are housed. The blue area are the people who come to us and are classify themselves as homeless. And then the orange is the number we're serving through the home delivery program, which is, and the right-hand side shows the growth year over year in areas. So you can see in the left, those people that live east of Auburn, they grew 83%. They were small, but they grew. I have to tell you, part of that's the mosquito fire. The mosquito fire made a lot of people in the Forest Hill, Todd Valley area aware of us, that they hadn't been. And many of them didn't feel they needed our service, but it was a promotion, a difficult one, obviously. But we still grew 50% of the number of people in Auburn in 2022. And what we've discovered in trying to understand this is that this is a rebound effect. And it's a rebound effect because some of the programs that were making people better off have ended. And we all know that there's inflation going on. And so the cost to get to us and the cost of other things is making them have to make economic decisions. The upper right-hand pie chart is about the number of homeless served each year over the last 8 years. And you can see that we had a drop after 2020, and that's because of the work you've done in doing efforts to be able to take care of people and provide them shelter, provide them food, and so they're not dependent on us the way they had been before. My assumption is that this will change again sometime in the future, but this is just patterns that we can see. This is just a real simple, quick chart of our finances. We had income of over almost $670,000 last year in both money and donated food items. We give every food item we give a value to as a way to account for it, because if it doesn't come to us, we actually have to buy it, and so it's a way for us to plan for that. You can see the outflow in the bottom left is 2/3 of our money went out to food. About a quarter of it is other programs that are supporting our guests. And then investments, like buying the van, which really helps the project. Our overhead is very small. So we end up being over 90% of the money that we are spending is direct services to this guest population. And we are one of many nonprofits that work in this area that collaborate with agencies of the county to be able to really try and deal with some of these social services and not have it just be on your shoulders. The upper right-hand corner, we do this because we have no paid staff. We're 100% volunteer. Last year, we recorded just over 26,000 hours of volunteer service. I want to point out what you've done for us. Over the last 6 years since I've been actually involved in the fundraising for the organization, we were able to secure revenue sharing grants from you on 3 occasions. The first one was when we were putting up the building and we applied for help on the moving expenses, and we got a grant for that. As part of 2020, when there were general issues with COVID, a larger than normal grant was given to us to help us without stipulation, but to improve things. And as I mentioned earlier, we got the grant for the hygiene items, and we're piloting that right now. And we will determine if that is something we need to stock as a regular basis, then we'll go out to the public and find the money for that. You also had CARES grants and shares grants, and we got 2 of those. One is the original one, which was for general needs. And then as a part of the building project, something we would not have been able to put in the building, but it was an opportunity. the inventory management system, a series of roller racks that allow us to flow inventory through in a first in, first out basis, and reduce the amount of effort for our volunteers to be able to manage it. That was a godsend and has actually turned out to be a wonderful part of our building. In the blue cloud, I also have to recognize a special, but it didn't come from the county coffers. At the time we started the capital campaign, we, of course, went and talked to supervisors to see what ideas they could have. I was on vacation, and Sandy Bassett, our president at that time, toured Mr. Holmes, and Jim suggested that she write letters to these couple groups, and one of those groups came and gave us $100,000, our second largest grant, anonymous, and we have kept it anonymous. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The new operation has several things, and I want to speak to one of them especially. But we reduced our costs. So we built a $1.6 million building. We raised $1.1 million of that. We are servicing a $700,000 mortgage, and that's going well. But our day-to-day operating costs actually reduced. And our long-term operating costs reduced because we're out of a rental market, so we will not be looking and seeing things in the future that will cause us to have to rent. We designed for operations, and that's work. Our inventory system is working. We also have a commercial kitchen. And that commercial kitchen is something we use. We're doing training classes in a variety of ways to try and help the people who come to us, again, find self-reliance. But it's also available for the community. We have set aside monies in our budget so that any nonprofit, any faith-based organization can come to us and around our schedule be able to use that kitchen to prepare food that they would want to take out in whatever form. So we would encourage, as you talk to people in the community, that that could be something for the benefit. At the risk of being unfair to some of the people who work for you, I do want to note we've had some tremendous support from a lot of different service groups throughout the county. In the building program, I am going to step out and possibly step in it, but cite a lady by the name of Callie Kettinger Cecil, who was our top planner, and she was just amazing for us getting through the permitting process. But more for me since then, when I've had issues about what can we do this, an email to Callie has gotten me to the right person in the county every single time. So kudos to Callie, but at the same time, we deal with Health and Human Services, we deal with the Environmental Health Agency for the approvals of the kitchen. We've had nothing but just great experiences in your staff. Thank you for that. I want to we did a strategic plan. And we ideated for about 6 months, and in that we came up with 6 key goals. One was, how can we help reduce hunger in the area? How can we improve our organization? How can we enhance our volunteer experiences? How do we get this kitchen to be used? How do we connect with the other agencies in our area to make lives better for us and for the people we serve? And emergency responsiveness. I want to touch on 2 of these. The first one I want to touch on is, how do we do more for the people? There's 2 aspects of that. One of them is there are people who don't come to us that could. I mentioned earlier that I thought, based on the data, there's probably 11,000 people in our service area who would be classified as food insecure. As I tease out the 2022 data, I can only see that about 4,500 of those people came through our doors and were served. So we're not touching probably 50% of the people. And there's a variety of reasons. Some of them, they don't know we're there, even though we've been there and talking about it. For others, they don't see themselves as needy or willing to accept help. For third, we're not open at the time they are, or we're too far away and the cost of gas makes it prohibitive. And for others, maybe it's the wrong food. And so we've taken actions in concert with consultation with other agencies like the Latino Leadership Council to understand what they see as barriers, and we've tried to address some of those. We've changed our registration process. People now have a registration card with their name and their guest number. It actually facilitates our servicing them when they walk in the door, but it also gives them a sense of participation, and we have found a very positive response to. We also opened Wednesday afternoon, evening hours now, and that has grown very quickly. So opening to some hours that work around people taking the one car to work has made a difference. The other aspect is, can we do more for the people we already are serving? We did make a conscious decision, because we could this last year, to increase the amount of food from what historically had been 3 days of food per person to 4. We talked about the Staples program and also healthy foods and cultural foods where we can afford to do that, to try and meet the people where they live. And we're also doing more to listen so we can learn and improve as we go forward. The second one I want to talk about is crisis. At the time the strategic plan was being pulled together, it was after the river fire, but before the mosquito fire. But we had people who, because of the river fire, felt we should be ready to do things. The challenge is, when a crisis occurs, it's lots of people running around trying to do what they do and no coordination. What happened with the mosquito fire is, I happen to know the people at Bell Road Baptist, so went over the first day, and they could use some food to help them meet the food that night. But the next day, they didn't need us because other things had been mobilized and they were coming. But then we had the mandatory evacuation. All the motels along Auburn Ravine Road and in the area around Bowman were full. And we had 6,000 people dislocated, and we had over 50 families coming to us a day to get food. And then they were allowed to go home. But some of those people went home to wasted food or contaminated things, and they came back to us. We were given some support by the Placer Community Foundation. We went over there and served over there, and that actually allowed us to get to know many of those people there. And since then, we've seen an uptick in the number of people from Forest Hill using our services. These are housed people that live at the margin. There is a program that is trying to help bring some sense to the chaos, and that's a VOAD. VOAD stands for Voluntary Organizations Assisting in Disasters. The local Mormon church has assigned 2 of their people to try and help, and they are working directly with county OES to try and develop these things. But the goal in a VOAD is to try and have everybody have their place, know it up front, have a playbook in place, so when something drops, they can execute to a known plan as opposed to scramble. We have 3 assets that we've informed people we can contribute. We have food on our shelves that we can pay it forward, pull it off very rapidly to help out. We have the commercial kitchen, so people could be preparing foods en masse for the first responders and for the displaced families. And we now have a reefer van that we can actually take perishable items out to the, and I was in talking to some of the fire team and First Baptist, that was something they missed at the river fire. They didn't have a way to bring the perishable foods back up to where they needed it. And it's almost always in fire, it's going to be hot weather. So these are some things that we can contribute, but I think the key is that having the centralized organization for the county to be able to coordinate all of us nonprofits and what we could do is a valuable investment for us. So in closing, our ability to do more is titrated by the number of volunteer hours we have and the number of leaders we have. We're mostly gray-haired people. Most of us are retired, and some of us are aging out. So we need a renewal of people coming in who carry and want to be involved in the mission. So as you are out there and you find people who are looking for something to do, drop our name. My request to you, one of them is, just as you have supported Firewise and fire councils. Is there a way to help fund some of the costs of a leader at VOAD? Because until there's a leader in that spot, if it comes to fruition, that will be something that will be helpful. Advocate to various people, including the people who might benefit from the services. Sometimes walking across the threshold of our place is the hardest decision someone makes because they don't envision themselves as needy. Supervisor Gustafson presented at the Placer Community Foundation event recently and brought with her one of the families that lost everything. And the lady who spoke for them said, you know, we never would have been people looking for handouts. We would not. We were going to make it on our own. We had to. That's the way I was raised. And then we couldn't. And it was so surprising to this woman and her husband how much people were there to help them build back up and build forward. And so that's what a lot of the agencies like us are in the area to do. It is to try and help people make it through week to week, month to month, and learn self-reliance with respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. I just have to say, you know, under your leadership over the last several years, that our Interfaith Food Closet has grown tremendously. This is the second time I've heard your presentation, and I'm still amazed about how you expanded the services, and we really appreciate it. Now I'll turn to Supervisor Gustafson.
I did of that, Chair Holmes. What an incredible organization you have. I think most of us, if all of us, have visited to see the dedication of your volunteers, the creativity, the incredible community support you've received in construction, and being at the groundbreaking to when you completed. What an incredible job. And certainly a regional VOAD is something that can really serve our community well, and I'd be very supportive of that concept. Have you had any meetings talking about that yet?
There have been quite a few
Okay,
foundational
great.
meetings, and they've actually been hosted at the OES building.
Right.
So, you know, they're very well involved.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the other side over the summit.
Yeah.
Has one that's very active with our community foundation and pulling together all the nonprofits to respond in those situations. So,
Yeah.
great. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Landon.
Oh, I was just gonna just quickly say thank you. Thank you so much for everything that you do and everything that your volunteers do. And I know how difficult it is to get people to volunteer to do things. So thank you for sacrificing. And it's nonprofits like you guys that make the huge difference for our community. So thank you.
And if I wasn't there, I'd be on a golf course, but not today. So thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy.
Andy,
Is there any comments from the public about this item?
Suzanne had a comment.
Yeah, I'd like to make
Oh,
a
I'm
comment
sorry.
or
Yes.
a question. Andy, can I ask you a little bit to just tell us a little bit more about your commercial kitchen and what kind of dreams do you have for its use in the future?
Well, there are various organizations that in our area that are helping with homeless people. The Gathering In program, where a nomadic program, they've been able to cook meals for those people many times, but this is a kitchen that would be available if and when that has to ramp back up or other cooking needs. We also have a lot of organizations that now that they need to do fundraisers. And any nonprofit that needs to do a fundraiser and wants to have a prepared meal, we're willing to talk with them. We're doing cooking classes, and we're using some of the county staff on that to help do those in the Master Gardener groups and things like that. Area 4 on aging is helped, and we're hosting those and promoting those. And we're also actually in the process of setting up a gardening class to teach people how to grow their own herbs, have them come in, have a hands-on class, and walk out with a potted herbs that they can take home. So we, again, trying to bring people to do more for themselves.
Thank you so much. Appreciate everything you have done for us in the community.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Andy. Alrighty, now we'll move to our 10 a.m. timed item, Health and Human Services, Psychiatric Health Services Amendment with North Valley Behavioral Health. Amy, haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, good morning, Chair Holmes, members of the board. Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care. Today, I have an action item for your consideration to approve an amendment with North Valley Behavioral Health for psychiatric health services at their Yuba City locations, increasing the agreement by $600,000 for a new total amount not to exceed $3.9 million for the period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the amendment and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000 consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. So just, I think most of you have heard the background on this, but for the public, number of Placer County residents require acute inpatient mental health care, and this has increased by nearly 20% this past year. It remains necessary for us to find these treatment locations for Placer residents who are in crisis and require their immediate needs to be stabilized. So psychiatric health facilities are short-term mental health facilities that are designed to stabilize a crisis. When they are 16 beds or less, as the North Valley locations are, they are also able to bill Medi-Cal for the service. North Valley Behavioral Health operates the PUF in our Kirby Hills campus as well as these two locations in Yuba. When our local PUF is full, we are able to use these additional facilities. It's anticipated that they will serve approximately 80 Placer County residents in this fiscal year, 22-23, with an average length of stay of 14 to 15 days. The number of individuals requiring this type of service is greater than what was anticipated at the time of the initial agreement, necessitating this amendment. The total increase of $600,000 has been budgeted, and there will be no impact to general fund.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, any questions? Anyone in the public wish to address this item?
Yeah, I'd like to address it.
Of this money, the $3.9 million, and you're asking for $600,000 more, of this money and the services that you have provided, what percentage of the services are provided to the homeless?
Sir, you have to address your comments to the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
What percentage of the monies is set aside for the homeless?
Okay. Is there any other question so we can answer them? And I need your name on the record for this.
My name is Dave Daly. I live at 3815 Delmar Avenue in Loomis, California.
Okay, did you have any other questions besides that one?
Yeah, I want to know what the end game is.
Okay,
Okay, what's your end game?
all right,
Instead of just keep throwing money out.
okay. I'll have your comment. Do you have a percentage of how much this goes for the homeless?
You know, I don't have an exact percentage other than to say that the admission requirements to a PUF isn't necessitated based on their like homeless or home status. It
Yeah.
really is 5150 code that generates who needs that type of service. So it's individuals who are a danger to themselves, danger to others, or gravely disabled who need that short-term stabilization to move to the next phase. And yes, it is a high dollar amount, but like I had mentioned, a lot of that is state generated through billing, and we are able to bring down that revenue back for this service.
Okay, and so if they're designated 5150, they go to the emergency room, and then there's a decision made whether they should go into some kind of treatment. Is that generally how that happens?
Yeah, oftentimes that is the route. They would start in the emergency room, be placed on a hold, and then need a longer period of time, and they would go to a PUF where there are psychiatrists and other mental health professionals that are designed to provide the treatment to stabilize them before either going back to the community, to their homes or wherever, or going to a longer term placement.
And so you don't have to question anybody that comes in with an episode of mental illness, whether they're homeless or not. There's no designation.
Right. I mean, of course, there would be some individuals who are unhoused that would be eligible under 5150, but it would not be the predominant, it's not a homeless service per se.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And as far as end game, we're doing everything we can to help the unhoused, help people with mental illness. We've got all kinds of programs. Supervisor Gore and I sit on a homeless task force. We're trying to find solutions for that. We're doing well out at the Placer County Government Center. So that's the best I can answer that question. Supervisor Jones.
Yes, I do have a question. Thank you, Amy, for the presentation. So just curious if you could tell my constituents a little bit more. This is an interim care facility? Is that what this is? It's not one of the longer term?
Right, it's a psychiatric health facility, so it's for acute care, short-term stabilization, 16 beds or less.
Okay, and so what kind of a time frame is the acute interim?
Yeah, so the average length of stay was 14 to 15 days.
14 to 15 days. And then you determine if they need more, then they go into something more permanent? Or in some cases, does that stabilize people enough to go back?
Yes, so I would say more than half actually are stabilized enough to go back to outpatient treatment. So then they would just be on our, see our psychiatrist in outpatient care, receive a case manager, go back and live with what their supported housing or their family members or on their own. But then there is a percentage of individuals who it does not stabilize in that period of time. Then there is a legal process. Oftentimes they might end up conserved and then would go into a longer term placement like an IMD.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more public comment, I'll entertain, there's no one online? No. Is there a
I'll move
motion?
approval.
Okay, so, motion to approve by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor Gore. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
We'll now move to our 1010 item, Public Works, American River Debris Removal Project. Approve fund transfer agreement and authorize Director of Public Works to execute agreement with California Department of Transportation. Mr. Kevin Ordway.
Morning, Chair Holmes, members of the board. I'm Kevin Ordway with the Department of Public Works. This morning, I'm bringing an item before your board to adopt a resolution to approve a fund transfer agreement between the California Department of Transportation and the county to receive $8 million in priority legislative budget project funds for the American River Debris Removal Project, project number PJ02099, and authorize the Director of Public Works to execute the funds transfer agreement with risk management and county council concurrence, and then also to determine the proposed action is not a project pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines Section 15378. So to give you some background, in 1964, the bridge on State Route 49 between El Dorado County and Placer County down in the confluence was washed out and collapsed into the river. At the time, the Auburn Dam was in the works, and so it was decided it'll be at the bottom of a reservoir, we can just leave this material here. However, the Auburn Dam was never built, and now we have a bunch of steel and concrete debris that poses both an environmental and a physical hazard in the river. And so we have been working with stakeholders and our legislative advocates to secure funds in the 22-23 budget legislation from the state. The first step in us being able to get this project underway is to receive these funds. In order to do that, we have to execute a fund transfer agreement. From there, we will begin to evaluate the actual removal. We'll do environmental studies, make sure it's feasible and safe, and start the process of working with stakeholders, regulatory agencies, and hopefully eventually be able to remove this debris. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Well, first off, thank you, and thanks to county leadership for stepping up and taking over where the state and others were unable to deal with this situation of state debris in a waterway. And I'll just reiterate that state debris in the waterway, not caused by this agency, but the leadership. I appreciate the help. And obviously Senator Dolly and Assemblymember Dolly's support in getting this through. If by chance we have cost overruns, is there an opportunity to go back and ask for more assistance from the state for the state debris and the cost of removing this? I just want to make sure, I keep saying the state.
This is a lump sum
bill. So to get more money, we would have to go back through the legislative advocacy process. There isn't an option to increase these funds. It would have to be a new allotment.
As many of us talked about when we were trying to get this through to begin with, it's a drop in the bucket to Caltrans' multi-billion-dollar budget, and so I would certainly hope that we could go back quickly if there are cost overruns, but please keep us updated, obviously, before we start the project, to make sure that we have adequate funding from the state for the state's
We will.
Oh, gee.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi.
Thanks so much for the report. I just also wanted to emphasize, and as we've shared with the Placer County Water Agency, that removal of the state debris, the state project, needs state indemnification for the county should there be any liability involved with all this.
Good knowledge.
Thank you, I forgot to mention indemnity.
Okay. Seeing no more board comments, is there anyone in the audience wish to address this item? Mr. Mappa, please step forward.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's still morning.
Gary Mappa, Applegate. Just a question, what's the involvement with Fish and Game and permits and,
We'll have to go through that process.
okay.
So, if you want, I can answer that. Through the removal process, we'll do a full environmental document, and we'll have to get permits from both California Fish and Wildlife, Army Corps, Regional Water Quality Control Board. It's on property regulated by the Bureau of Reclamation, state parks. So we'll run the gamut. There's probably a few more agencies I forgot, but we cover them all. So.
Okay, thank you. Any more public comment? Anybody online? No. All righty. What's the will of the board?
Move approval.
Okay, items moved by Supervisor Guston and second by Supervisor Jones. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Any nays? All right, thank you. The item is moved. Now, we'll move to the 10:30 timed item. We are, wow, almost on time. The update on the mobile temporary shelter. Becky Regan and Marshall Hopper.
Good morning, Chair Holmes, members of the board. Becky Regan from the County Executive Office. I'm joined today by Marshall Hopper, Chief Probation Officer, virtually by Brett Woods, our Procurement Manager, who is snowed in at home right now. We are also joined in the audience by Stephen Waters, who is the CEO of First Communities, and by Claire Branneman, who is the on-site Program Manager.
Claire.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Okay, thank you. So the action before your board today is to receive an update on the mobile temporary shelter on F Avenue and consider expansion of the food services contract with Summit Food Services to include 2 meals per day in support of the mobile temporary operations. So we were requested to develop a video to help communicate with the community on our efforts here. So I think we'll start by sharing that with you all today. We envision that this would be the first of maybe a few videos that we will do, and this one focuses more on the transition from the former camp to the current one. So we may do another couple as we proceed with this pilot project.
First Up Communities comes from Sacramento, and we provide homeless services for low barrier folks. So what that means is people who are, maybe using drugs, have chronic health conditions, have untreated mental health, and they aren't able to access other shelters or other services because of those barriers. So somewhere like this Safe Ground is great as a stepping stone.
Well, the first thing that we're offering is a safe place. The encampment that was across the street was a difficult place for these individuals to live. This new mobile temporary shelter will provide a relief to them. It'll provide them the ability to take a shower, to get counseling and services, and to have a safe, clean place to live and get on with their life.
I think it opens up the door for them to be able to access and consider other options, right? So when I'm not worried as much about where I'm going to stay and how I'm going to protect my belongings and how many resources I need to acquire for myself during the day, kind of opens up some time to be able to work on accessing the things that will hopefully end their homelessness.
It makes you, you can relax for a minute, let your shoulders down, and you don't have to worry about your stuff being stolen or anything, you know what I'm saying? No one's allowed to come over and visit with you at your tent. Oh, well, I can visit with people elsewhere, you know what I mean?
We purchased some high-quality tents that had the ability to keep them dry, warm, and safe. Inside the tents, we have bins where they can store their personal items as well. In addition to that, we have picnic tables outside for them to get outside, chairs and so forth. We also have restrooms and running water outside.
When we bring folks in here, we're trying to provide a level of structure for them that sets them up for success. So checking in is really important so that we know who actually resides here, especially as we get to know faces and names. But it also provides a level of accountability.
It's like a gated community, if you will. There's no outsiders just coming and going as they choose, you know what I mean? And yeah, you're searched when you come in, you're searched, every time because they don't won't tolerate any violence of any kind. And that's just great,
So this building is part of the entire site at Safe Ground here, and it is open 24/7. Staff are here at all times. When we're supposed to get snow or rain, they can come inside and get some respite and warm up. And our goal is to engage them the best we can, and maybe just giving them a cup of coffee and asking them to come in and get that cup of coffee is what sparks that engagement with them.
They say, you bring your dogs, it's fine, you have one pet, You can't have 6 dogs, no. They say, you got to pick up after your dog, clean up after your dog, which is normal stuff.
The homeless liaison team, along with our probation partners, really worked really hard to give people a lot of information about what is this going to be like, how is this going to be beneficial, what are my other options besides this, and trying to help people, consider what's going to make sense for them.
There's a process in place for 90 days set up that we will secure the old camp, so to speak, and then with a phone number to get a hold of an individual that will come out and allow them to go back in there to retrieve personal property. The probation department is in the business of giving second chances. That's what we do. We're here to provide accountability, some structure, but we're truly here to help.
In Placer, we're really working to build a range of services and housing types so that we can really meet everyone's needs.
We know there's no perfect plan. Give a little grace as we move forward, because I think at the end of the day, there's one thing that I do know for sure is this camp will be better than the camp across the street.
Okay, so thanks
Nicely done.
Thanks to our PIO team for pulling that together over the past week. So today does mark the second week of full operations of the mobile temporary shelter on F Avenue, and we were very pleased to have the shelter in place before this most recent rounds of winter storms. So I think I'll turn it over to Chief Hopper to provide some updates on what we've experienced these last couple of weeks.
Morning, Chief.
Good morning. Marshal Hopper, your Chief Probation Officer, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here. First off, I'd like to thank each of the board members for coming out and touring the site recently. It's been a pleasure to meet and discuss this with you and to kind of show you what we've been doing here in the county. As you are aware, we've also had several other tours, which include county employees, elected officials, critical stakeholders, and several members of our community have shown interest and come over to the camp, and we provided them a tour as well. I will have to note that this is a combined effort to get this camp up as quickly as we did, with great work from our CEO, our CEO's office, risk management, facility services, health and human services, procurement, and our department as well. It couldn't have happened without all of the assistance from their agencies as well. But together, we've learned a lot, and we've really developed I guess we'll call it an adaptive management style or process with this, because basically we need to learn as we go. And we need to take this opportunity and make adjustments on the fly, because no plan is perfect. And the more we have the ability to make adjustments and make things better along the way, will make for a stronger program. So today marks the 2-week anniversary, so to speak, or opening of the camp. 2 weeks ago, it opened up. So we'll provide a quick general update before we get to the other item that Becky will discuss further. The first couple days, it was sort of a soft opening. We needed to make sure that we had things in place to help with the transition. We began working with our vendor and getting people intaked and going over the rules. There was a lot of anxiety with the rules because many of the individuals in the old camp were anxious, they were afraid of the rules, they were afraid of the structure. So it took a little while of talking with them and communicating with them to get them more comfortable with coming across the street to the new camp area. So we got them settled, and like I mentioned, they were used to chaos. The old camp, you saw the pictures on the video, I don't even know how to describe it other than just a chaotic environment. So we were able to help the new individuals relieve some of their anxiety and help them get into the new camp and help them understand the concepts and the need for structure and services. So on that Friday, the 17th, the old camp was secured, and the individuals were out. There were a few stragglers that went their own way, decided to move on. And so now that that is secured, like I mentioned on the video, in approximately 90 days or so, that'll be cleaned up accordingly. I will note that this morning I stopped by, and it's, as you know, it's pretty blustery outside. I stopped by and I drove, as I approached the camp, I drove by the old camp. And even though there's nobody there and it's secured, it's still in chaos. When you drive by this morning, you still see the tarps blowing in the wind, the food on the ground, the mud, the debris, empty propane tanks, trash, and remnants of food still there in that secure site, which we'll be looking forward to cleaning up at a later date. But the reason I tell that story is less than 100 yards away, I go across the street to the new camp. And I couldn't help but notice as I went inside, it was clean, it was calm, and it was organized. There were several campers inside the building talking with our vendor and their staff about things they're going to be doing that day, progress, where they want to get in life. I did notice that. But I also noticed as I walked through, one of the campers just walked up to me and he didn't really say anything. He looked at me and he just said, "Thank you." And that's all he said. And I thought that was pretty cool. The difference between the new camp and the old camp is truly amazing, is the only word that I can really come up with. And I think it brings us back to learning as we go. That adaptive management approach as we learn more, which we have over the last 2 weeks, and really the current item that's coming before your board today. The current rules in the camp prohibit fires, prohibit on-site cooking. There's no resources in place other than them leaving to go out and provide food. At the same time, the current rules limit the ability of the types of food and the amount of food they can bring in, because we want to keep the camp clean. We want to keep out rodents, eliminate infestation, and we want to keep these tents and these camps as clean as it is now. And so that really kind of brings us to the discussion of how do we do that, and the need to discuss and bring before your board the possibility of securing some type of food source for the individuals that are there. When you think about it, the rules provides structure and accountability similar to what we live and we have in everyday life. But to this group, it's a different challenge for them. The ability to have this source available will encourage engagement with the staff inside the building, which is a good thing. Anytime we can get our vendor or our probation officers, health and human services workers together with individuals, it's a time for discussion, a time for opportunity and engagement. It also will help us, I mentioned earlier, with keeping the place clean. It'll also have some other effects I think is important as well, is to help reduce, I guess, the wandering among the 49 corridor, looking for food, looking for services. If we can bring this to the camp, then we have, once again, direct engagement, and we have the ability to really work with them and break down those barriers to get them to a better place. So, like every good plan, we need to adapt and adjust. And so we're here today to bring this before your board, to talk about it a little bit further. And we're very excited and we're very thankful for the support this board has given us. And I'll turn it back over to Becky.
So one of the issues that was raised during our regular contract oversight meetings was that of meal provision on site. One of the tenets of sanctioned managed camps is the expectation that campers adhere to basic health and safety rules to minimize rodent infestation, accumulation of personal items, debris, and spoiled food. So accordingly, residents are prohibited from having fires or stoves on site to prepare their own meals. There are no existing facilities for food storage, preparation, or cleanup on this site. Thus, campers must leave the mobile temporary shelter to obtain meals, often heading to the Highway 49 corridor to obtain fast food or other already packaged meals. This not only distracts from the case management and other staff engagement opportunities that we are really focusing on in this program, but also drives food-related expenses for individuals that are already living on minimal resources. So we explored several alternatives for your consideration should you wish to proceed with this issue, addressing this issue, including reliance on volunteers to serve meals, contracts with local commercial vendors, and expanding the current contract with Summit Food Services. Should your board wish to address meal provision concerns, staff recommends expanding the existing correctional food services contract with Summit, managed by County Executive Office Procurement Division. Summit Food Services works from the high-capacity commercial kitchen at the South Placer Jail and has done so since 2018, serving approximately 2,000 meals per day to our jails and to our juvenile hall. The existing contractor complies with all food safety requirements, has the staff and resources to meet this request with minimal impact to current operations, and can do so at a comparatively reasonable cost to the county. The Summit contract operates on a tiered cost structure with per unit cost decreasing with increased daily meals prepared. So the addition of these 2 meals per day for approximately 50 residents to the county's food services program would have a very modest net cost, which I'll walk through here some of the details. The cost for 2 meals per day per camper over the remaining 120 days of the pilot project would run approximately $330 per day, or $40,000 for the remainder of this pilot project. However, given that tiered structure that I referenced, the reduced cost to the county food services program would be 75%, just under, which would make the net cost $10,000 or approximately $75 per day. There is no adjustment to the spending authority for the First Step Communities contract, nor to the Summit Food Services contract, as there is sufficient authority within each contract currently to cover this expense. So that concludes staff's formal presentation, and we're all available to answer any questions.
All right. I have a couple questions. Is there a curfew at the camp?
Current curfew is 10?
10 o'clock.
Yes.
That leads me just to make a comment about, we've got stability, accountability, stabilization, and it actually gives those folks a safe place to sleep, where over at that other camp, they they're probably fearful of falling asleep because someone's gonna come and take their stuff. And yes, homeless people steal from each other. But I think that's an important point, that they're getting enough sleep, and that helps them clear their mind to be able to go in to ask for services. So I think that's an important point that needs to be addressed. So thank you for that. I really appreciate your work on that, both of you. Okay, I'll open it up for any board members. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, and thanks for doing the video. I think that's very helpful. So many in the community have been asking questions, and we can't get them all out to tour, but we can certainly try to explain what our goals are. And we had some public comment earlier. What's our end game? We're trying to get people back into productive members of society. That's what all our goals are, whether we're in law enforcement, DA's office, probation, health and human services. That's our end game, trying to help everybody get back to being productive members of society to their best ability. With that, I support this recommendation. I just want to make sure we continue to do everything we can to understand what is working and what isn't. Because if people become dependent on the meals are provided and they're not having to take that responsibility, are there things that they can be doing to assist? Similar to what I see when I visited the TGI facility, where people have responsibilities on site and other jobs as they're able, right? Initially, we've got to get them stabilized and lack of fear, but can we continue on to see that they're helping with meal distribution, with cleanup, with other things at the camp? So I think that's our goal as they integrate back and hopefully back into society. And I want to make sure we track and think of opportunities like that to take the next step that we talked about when we were out there, Marshall. So
Certainly.
thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gordon.
Thank you. I appreciate the staff report, and I appreciate you coming back to us, first of all, because when we had this conversation initially, I really clearly said, I don't want to see more expenditures on this item. We're already spending a lot of money. And this is sort of the benefit of listening to people's opinions and getting input from experts, because I went out and I met with Aaron and some of the team on site, and they shared with me the importance of food and keeping people stable, making sure people get to go into the center there and interact and have more opportunities to work with social services, etc. And then they reminded me that at the congregate shelter, the Gathering Inn across the way, they are providing meals. So at a congregate shelter, there are meals being provided. And here we are at a non-congregate shelter, a place where people are feeling a little bit safer because they don't go into the congregate shelter. Yes, some for substance abuse issues, but really a lot of people are fearful to be in a place like that. So that helped me realize that this isn't about punishing people, it's really about helping people get stable and getting them to the next place. I appreciate you bringing this to us. I do want to continue looking at how we partner with our faith-based communities, how we partner with nonprofits and bringing in other folks to participate in the process of providing meals. I know at the Gathering Inn, they have people who come in and provide meals periodically. And so I want to make sure that we continue to look at those options, because this is not cheap, right? And this is a temporary solution, and we'll continue to figure out what works and what doesn't work. But I do think that there are opportunities like a commercial kitchen that we just heard about earlier today, that there might be opportunities for people to make meals there and bring meals over. And I do appreciate your point, Cindy, about making sure that folks participate in the process there. Cleaning up whatever that is, and that may be part of y'all's rules, I'm not sure, but thank you for bringing this to us. And although it is a cost, I see the value of it as we're really trying to figure out what works as we continue to try to address the situation.
Thank you. Supervisor Jones.
Yes, good morning. Thank you both for your report. I just need more clarification on the food, what you're asking us to approve here today, because your numbers here are just a little bit confusing. So I want to kind of start from zero and go back to the food service that we're providing to our inmates. And that, I'm assuming that you're talking about the Auburn jail facility.
Well, it's, the commercial kitchen is in South Placer Jail, but they provide
Okay.
They provide meals to both the South Placer and the Auburn Jail and the juvenile hall. That's what gets that 2,000 a day number.
Okay. About how many meals, how many inmates do they feed?
Approximately 800, Supervisor.
800? Okay.
800 per meal.
And then we serve 2 meals a day?
We serve 3 currently.
Okay, so that would be 2,400?
Yes, ma'am.
2,400 meals per day. And the cost to us is,
It's a tiered pricing structure. So as our production for each meal goes up, our price can come down.
well, I understand that. But I'm
So-
curious as to how much we're paying now for currently what we have and what we're paying for now.
We're paying approximately $3.11 per meal.
Okay, $3.11 per meal. So then we're going to add on to the 2,400 meals per day, just 100 meals per day, correct? For a period of 120 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's add, that's 2,500 meals per day. And how much, so then you're saying it's tiered, so instead of $3.11 per meal, it would be,
It drops to $2.90, I think $2.93 per meal.
okay. Not too bad. So $2.90 per meal, but we're going to serve 1 hot per day and 1 cold per day, right, for a shelter?
Yes, ma'am.
Will be the same cost per meal?
Yes.
$2.90? Okay. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking along the same lines. Now, I know that we had discussed the meal service at the Gathering Inn and that it was done on a voluntary basis. And I think there was some concern that the food service was it not good all the time, or were there questions about the food service?
I haven't
CEO?
heard any concerns along those lines, but I think it was just the, perhaps the challenge sometimes of relying on a volunteer group to provide the meals. There was some concern about that. I think the day I happened to tour, the volunteer groups weren't able to attend. So I think just when we're working with one vendor, requiring them to step into a reliance on another vendor for, a practice that they do, that felt like, we needed to respect the vendor that was here doing this project and what their preference was. So from conversations with them and their past experiences on relying on vendors, we landed on this alternative here, this recommendation to your board.
Okay, so we're talking about $2.93 per meal per day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so how much is that going to be for 120 days?
It works out to just under $40,000, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so here's kind of what I'm thinking, is that we're offering this service to this contractor to feed the homeless there. So if we stretched it to serve the 100 people that we have in our homeless shelter and the county offered to pay that, would that then bring our costs down even more and assure a more consistent service over there with not having to depend on or rely on volunteers for the Gathering Inn shelter?
Potentially, yes, ma'am, it would. We have not yet explored with our Summit food service provider if they have the capacity to add that extra additional, which would be another 100 meals for each of those meals to ensure that they have the capacity to prepare that and that we have the capacity and the equipment to facilitate that reheating and service process out of the Auburn jail as well. Because the food is prepared at South Placer, it is delivered to the Auburn jail and then reheated prior to meal service there. So we need to make sure that we have the equipment and that we can absorb those impacts prior to making that sort of investment. But we are looking into that potential to see if that would be an alternative for the board to consider moving forward.
Okay, and just curious, if we decide to continue on beyond the 6 months, will this meal service, will everything remain the same price per meal? Would we be able to extend that?
Boy, I don't know at this point, since we'll go through a competitive process, to see what bids we would receive to provide the service. It would be up to us to define the program components that we would like to see. I think best practices and adherence to integrity of program design would be important. So I think we would recommend that it be included. I mean, this is a shelter, right? We're not aware of any other shelter where meals are not provided. So the mobile temporary shelter, right, still would suggest that best practices, would have meals on site.
Right.
Likely so, but to be
Did you research other food services, or just, is this the main one?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did you research other food services, food providers?
Well, we did. We did explore a variety of approaches. In past operations, we had explored bringing in meals for jail staff, because part of the MOU requires that they are fed because they can't leave the facility. And we tried in cooperation with the Sheriff's Office. We explored a few alternatives there. We had some contracts for commercial meals to be brought in, and it proved, Brett can probably chime in on this too because he was a part of it, but it proved very time-consuming, very difficult, and frankly more expensive than this model. So we did consider that. We considered relying or speaking with volunteers in the community, but again, some of the anecdotes we've heard around that suggested that might be difficult to assure regular meal delivery each day. So again, and then particularly when we learned what the additional cost would be, the net cost of these meals, that just made the Summit Food Services be the best recommendation staff could provide.
Okay, and so right now today you're asking us to expand the food services contract with Summit Food Services to include 2 meals per day. Have you quoted us a dollar amount for that? Are we approving a specific dollar amount for this?
No, and that was my comment, that there's no increased expenditure authority required within that. We have sufficient spending authority because it is such a minimal cost. So there is really only the approval. What we're asking for is approval of the concept.
So you already
and the
have a
funding
contract with these folks?
Pardon
You
me?
already have a contract then?
Yes.
And this would be covered in the amount that we are paying for that service?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I still think that it should be separated out somehow, even if just on paper, so that we have an idea of the money we're spending on this whole project.
That it will be, ma'am.
Okay.
It will be specified and identified in the billing so that we can segregate these costs appropriately.
Great, perfect. Okay then, thank you so much for bearing with me.
Supervisor Landon.
I just have one question and then a couple comments. My question is, of the 50 beds, what is the current capacity right now?
The numbers this morning were 46.
Okay. So in theory, we have 4 spots available. If we fill those 50 beds and there is a need above that 50, then what kind of options do we have?
Well, we will have to look at that as it comes. I think the important part of that is, going back to the structure and the rules, is our constant engagement to get people out. We have had several individuals come into the shelter and exit already, and they're on their way to a better place. So I think that is a question that's difficult to answer, obviously, because I can't predict the future. But I do know that with the partnerships of HHS, Probation, and the current vendor, my goal is to get as many people into a better place as we can. So we're going to keep on pushing that and keep on getting them to a better place and engaging with them, which is part of the focus on this conversation today, is the ability to do so through the food contract.
Okay. Well, my comments are, I just want to say thank you. I am so impressed with our probation department and our law enforcement department and our HHS office and everyone else who has participated in this, because your level of professionalism is something to be desired, I believe, throughout the state. And I think Placer County is in this really unique position. We have this history of being entrepreneurial and innovative, and you guys are doing a great job of trying to I guess, take small bites of the apple where we can, because we all know we're not going to solve this problem with a silver bullet. It's going to be multiple things. And I love the term adaptive management, because I think that's exactly what this is. We're going to try it, we're going to see how it works, and we'll find the things that are working well, and we'll, keep doing those. And the things that don't, we can hopefully fix those things. So, and to me, the idea of these folks not having to go off-site, to go wander down Highway 49 or Bell Road to go find something to eat is a big plus, in my opinion, for the neighbors and for the community, as well as the business owners. And then the other piece that really is beneficial in my viewpoint is that community aspect. I think it almost seems counterintuitive, because you don't want people to get so comfortable on site that they don't want to leave. But at the same time, again, as I've mentioned before in previous meetings, having my own father be someone who was homeless and passed away on the streets, for them to have a community of people helps get them out of their own head. And so for them to be able to sit and have a cup of coffee with, whether it's a staff member or someone else who's staying there, and then be able to kind of find some sense of normalcy and living within bounds before they go on, is a big plus for me. So I think those were all my comments. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor, if I could just follow up on one comment that you, when you asked the question about capacity, this came up in a meeting we were at yesterday, but I think it's important to note that over the last 2 weeks, the population has remained about 44 to 46, one person coming in, one person leaving. So I think that some folks had a concern about the magnet effect, we refer to it, right? You offer a new service, does it result in a lot of folks coming in then from all sorts of other places? And we have not seen that at all yet. So we've seen a very, very stable population. And as Chief expressed, that is our desire. This is a temporary location to get folks stabilized, and then work with HHS and the great programs they have to see, what we might be able to offer them for next steps. So I did want to share that with your board today too. We have not experienced anything along the lines of magnet effect that some folks were concerned about.
County Council has a question or plan.
I just want to make sure the record's clear. There is a cost to this contract, and it's $40K. The fact of the matter is, we don't need a budget amendment to achieve that.
Thank you. Supervisor Gustafson.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that, Council, because we were briefed on this matter, and I think the costs were in line with, your report was well done. Thank you. It was very clear. I want to just remind, I know the board knows this, but for the public, we started with a situation out at the campus where we had over 107 individuals. We had numerous calls for emergency response with fire, with warming fires, even our own county buildings being damaged in those situations. We had violent crimes occurring. And so we've come a long way from 107 through the evolution of a clean and clear process to now what we have. And so I think it's important to track that for the community members. As I mentioned before, talking about tracking success, but also tracking impacts in the neighborhood and to the businesses. If we can reach out to those businesses and neighbors. I heard this morning about a neighbor whose chain link fence has been cut numerous times on their property with the prior situation. Let's see what happens now. Let's look at the success. Are we creating a better environment and less risk to our constituents and our neighbors? I think that's really important information, not just what happens with these folks, but what's happening to the local businesses, the thefts, the other situations. So tracking law enforcement statistics and neighborhood ease of the situation, because that was a lot of the concern I heard from the community, is dis-ease about what was going on previously, then with the encampment, and now with this facility. So let's never forget where we came from, how much success we've had, and hope that we can continue to manage to that. More success.
Supervisor Jones.
Yeah, one more question. I'd like to go back to item 1 on yours, in your update on the shelter. I know there were some issues with other campers outside of the encampment that had a desire to move up to the fence and camp next door to their prior neighbors. Can you tell us about that and what, I know you've resolved it, I believe you've resolved it, but.
Yeah, I think we've had a very effective resolution to that situation. So, yeah, there were a few folks, approximately a dozen, that, were resistant initially and hesitant to come in. We'd had several meetings over the past couple of weeks to talk about that issue, and really through just a great partnership, starting with, code enforcement, probation, HHS, and the sheriff's office, we were able to resolve those folks who were resistant, and they either came into the camp or they decided to move along, and we're storing some of the items for some of those folks while they get their housing situation sorted out. But they were either reunited with family or went to live with friends or something. So we monitored it over the whole weekend. We didn't see any new campers showing up, and I don't believe there were any out there today. So.
None this morning.
Yeah, we consider that, again, a very successful and effective team effort to work with folks to bring them into, a better situation. And that, I think this then combined with the ordinance that your board adopted a year ago that addressed camping and parking on the government center, I think we've seen, as Supervisor Gustafson alluded to, we've seen tremendous improvement over the last year and a half.
Do you expect a migration of campers from outside the area?
We don't. I mean, a little hard to predict the future, of course, but like I said, looking at our success thus far, right, we've been between 44 and 46. And, we heard some concerns that there might be a line of folks showing up on day one, and we haven't seen that at all. I think word is getting out that there's rules and expectations. If you want to come here to this camp for help and assistance, we're happy to provide that, but there are behavioral rules and expectations. And we want to be a good neighbor in these things too, right? This camp is intended to address our issues at Placer County Government Center in North Auburn. And just yesterday we had a discussion with some of our other neighboring jurisdictions that they may wish to contemplate something like this in the future too. But we're happy to keep sharing our results and the lessons we've learned with folks as they contemplate solutions.
I would be remiss if I didn't put in a plug for the Campus of Hope, because it's a very, very similar plan for taking in the homeless and having a progressive wraparound services, everything from mental health and different phases of living all the way up into independent permanent supportive housing. And so, on a much bigger scale to serve the entire county, which I think we should not let that go not let it go forgotten. Keep it in the back of our minds as a future plan, possibly. But thank you so much for your report and all your answers. I appreciate it. Okay.
Jane, do you have?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to assure the board that certainly myself and our multidisciplinary team is well aware of the need to over-communicate with the board. You'll notice in my Friday report to the board, it included our mobile temporary shelter metrics, results and success stories, and emerging issues that we are continuing to monitor and watch so that we can adaptively manage and troubleshoot these issues. This is a periodic update that we intend to provide the board probably every 2 weeks over the course of the 6-month pilot, so you are advised of how this is working out and what the takeaways are as we learn from this experience.
Thank you, Jane. I just want to mention that one of our partners with the probation department is our Northern California construction training program. Alan Green heads that up. He tries to recruit unemployed men and women to work in the construction trades, learning a trade in electrical, air conditioning, heating, plumbing, etc. As I was out there before the camp opened, right after everything was kind of set, the Northern California construction training program, they're actually setting up some of those spaces and learning a trade. And while I was there, Alan Green was there, who is head of that program, working with the union, actually was recruiting one of the gentlemen there and explaining how that program works. So he was very excited about that and was going to fill out a form to participate in that program. So this is another benefit. These folks that are in this campus will have more stability and more ability to engage with Alan Green and that program, and with the probation, the programs that you provide as well. So I'm very, very pleased to see that. So, any comments from the public? Good morning.
Dave Daly, 3815 Delmar Avenue. I don't see how you could call this a success, and I don't see how you could call that structure. If you put the video back up, take a look at their camp. This is the way their camps are. Everywhere they have their camps, they destroy everything that they do or anything that they touch. And the only reason why you're putting up these 50 tents is because you didn't want to go to court and you didn't want to fight for the people of Placer County. You chose the easy way out. That cost us over $1 million for 50 tents. I guarantee you in 6 months, your 50 tents will look just like the tent city right next door. These people don't want to get help. They want to be homeless. They want to do their dope. That's why they can't go into the shelter, because they can't do dope in there. So they're going to do their dope before they get into the shelter and then go into these shelters high. There's no success here. You are enabling these people to be homeless at the expense of the people of Auburn and the people of Placer County. There is no end game. You just keep throwing money at a situation that's never going to end. If these people do not want to actually get help, walk up and ask them if they want help. If they say no, then they got to be in ownership of the state where they came from. People that want help, I'm all for helping them. First people we should help is the homeless, is our veterans. That's the people we should be helping. We should be helping the actual homeless, the people that are just lost their houses, who are living in their cars, who are tax-paying citizens who need a handout. That's homeless. There is no accountability in your camps like you say, Mr. Probation Officer. There's no accountability. If you put the video up, show the video of their camp, and you tell me that's accountability in Placer County? Is that the way you people think accountability is? You have no end game. You have no solutions. You just keep dumping money that's not yours into a problem that we never asked for.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other comments? Hello again.
Hi, I'm Jennifer, Placer County. So I do have one question. I don't know how it would be able to be tracked, but as people who are interested in following rules and being in this type of communication to get help, are we going to start seeing new camps evolve around our county? And if so, do we have a plan in place to combat that kind of situation that may come up? Also, I know we are concerned about the expense of the food, which I definitely understand, but if it's costing $5,000 every time we have a fire truck come out or sending out emergency responders, are we actually saving money as we're spending it over time? So I am just curious if there's a way to calculate that out as well, to see if we are actually saving money, even though it sounds like we're spending more money as well. So I hope this works, and maybe it would be able to set up further in other parts of the county, but I think we should maybe look for new hotspots coming up for people who don't want to go, and see how we're going to have to deal with that. And then see if spending this money on the food to help keep people kind of not going around creating a nuisance actually saves money to the county in other ways. So thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Anyone else?
Gary Mappa. Most of you probably don't know my involvement with the homeless other than maybe Jim Holmes, because you weren't here 10 years ago. Our group was one of the founders of the shelter that is now TGI. We fought tooth and nail to get what you see today. We got campers off the DeWitt grounds because of the effort of so many great people who eventually became Right Hand Auburn, supported and built that shelter in a barracks that was going to be converted to storage. And when we found out it was going to be available, we forced facilities to let us into that building to look at it. And the minute we had that door open, we had the political clout, the financial backing, and the will to come up with something that's not a solution, but a method to minimize the impacts of homelessness. I have never, ever bought into solving the problem of homelessness. I've always supported minimizing the impacts. What I see today after all these years, yes, we've got neighbors that are impacted. You want to go into Facebook? Let's look at Facebook 10 years ago, when your comments were 50 pages long instead of today, 3 or 4 pages long. You want a copy of the most recent Facebook postings about what's going on now? Send me your email. I'll send it to you. It's minimal compared to what it used to be. So what's been accomplished is phenomenal. What Becky has done and Marshall and his probation liaison homeless team, what they've done is a miracle. They put together a program that is going to be a model for other communities, even Mr. Dolly's neighborhood. He should be talking to the closest city, if he hasn't already, about what they've done to minimize the impacts of homelessness and not dump on this Board of Supervisors who have supported whatever efforts need to be supported to minimize the impacts. But Becky, Marshall, Aaron, all the probation officers that have gone at risk, gone in there one-on-one with these people and learned who they are and what they needed and tried to give them a pathway to some type of services or something, housing. And that's another problem. You talk about Campus of Hope, good luck. That plan's been scrapped. Right now, that plan should now be, what can we do with that property to build more housing? I don't care what kind of housing, any kind of housing, because it trickles up. Build it, and it trickles up. Next thing. Can I buy one more minute?
You betcha.
I'm not connected directly with Placer People of Faith Together, but I'm involved with them on a regular basis. We've been out to First Steps set up. It's fantastic. We support what they're doing. Our goal is to make them successful. And all I can ask is just keep doing what you're doing. Keep minimizing the impacts. You're not going to solve it.
Thank you. Mr. Mappa. Hello.
Pamela Grant, I live in Auburn.
Hi.
To Jennifer's point, I hadn't thought of that sooner. I was here at a meeting it was last year, I believe. One of the discussions about the homeless was the airlift of a woman who had third-degree burns because of some accident that had occurred in the tent, and I'm wondering what was the cost of that? How many meals could that buy? So that is an excellent point. The question I had as you were making and I love the contrast between the before and the after. I hope you can maintain it. I really want to see, though, the emphasis on a path to self-sufficiency when you were talking about jobs and just letting people experience the dignity of work. And I think that would be good for them and good for society. So with that, my only comment, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Is there anyone online? For the record, I just want to let the audience know and those out there that Placer County has the lowest amount of homeless per capita in Northern California and the 4th lowest throughout the state of California. So what we're doing is doing pretty good compared to, you don't have to go too far to see the kind of troubles they have in other jurisdictions. So with that, public comment is closed. What's the will of the board? It's been moved and seconded by Supervisor Gustafson and Supervisor Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Thank you very much for your report. Thank you for your, thank you. Okay. You're wrong. Now we'll move to our department items. Item number 5 is Placer County Sheriff's Office. The AB 481 Annual Report and Approval to Acquire Additional Equipment. Captain Silva, Captain Sander.
Good now?
Yeah.
Okay. We're here to present on AB 481. On September 30th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed into law Assembly Bill 481 relating to the use of military equipment by California law enforcement agencies. AB 481 seeks to provide transparency, oversight, and opportunity for meaningful public input on decisions regarding whether and how specific equipment is funded, acquired, or used. Placer County Sheriff's Office is in possession of certain items of equipment that qualify as military equipment under AB 481.
Thank you, Board Chair, members of the Board, Captain Troy Sander. Continuing, AB 41 requires that law enforcement agencies possessing and using such qualifying equipment prepare a publicly released written equipment use policy document covering the inventory, description, purpose, use, acquisition, maintenance, fiscal impacts, procedures, training, oversight, and complaint process applicable to the agency's use of such equipment. The public safety equipment policy and supporting information was initially adopted by the board on May 10, 2022. AB 41 requires that the governing body review the ordinance annually and vote whether to renew the ordinance in general. And just for some context to 481, it really was born on the heels of Ferguson and the use of military-grade equipment. The state of California reviewed the use of military equipment under the 1033 program and expanded their scope of understanding of what military equipment is. Our interpretation is more loosely evaluated in that we use it as public safety equipment to resolve crisis and situations that save lives. So on behalf of Brian and I and the sheriff and undersheriff and the assistant sheriff, we've always maintained a great the great ability to have support both in training and equipment in this county to solve those crises and problems. And without some of this equipment, there's no one else to call, there's no one else to come. So with that, we'll turn it back over to Brian for any questions.
I'm open for any questions.
So, Captain Sanders, some of this equipment is available to the general public, right, that you purchased? Is that correct?
That's correct. Some of the drones themselves can be purchased by the general public with no oversight or specific training. However, when it comes to law enforcement, there's an expectation that we have different standards and there's accountability that the board has on that equipment and how we use it and how we share that with the general public in our AB 41 reporting, which is on our webpage.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Gustafson?
Yes, thank you, and thanks for this annual report. Seems unfair based on that situation that we have to report and they don't, what they have. But looking at the Skylo, the drone, that's the best way for me to say it. I'm so supportive of all the efforts that we take so that we can get in and protect your safety. by knowing what's going on the ground. There's so many different circumstances where it can help the constituents as well as, most important, our public safety officials. So very supportive of this, and appreciate you bringing it, adding it to the inventory and bringing it to our attention.
Any other comments from board members? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience wishes to address us on this item? Seeing none, anybody online? Already? Supervisor Gustafson?
Oh, no, I was just going to make a motion,
Oh.
sorry.
Be my guest.
Okay, I'm just catching up on time. I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Do you want me to read the motion, Karen?
I'm sorry, Supervisor.
That's okay.
I'm sorry,
I know I
Supervisor
get
Jones, I'm
forgot
sorry.
way down here all the time. I just want to say, in our book, I think anything that makes your job easier to accomplish, I think that we should all be in full support of that. And I think we are.
Yes.
Okay. So I believe we have a motion by Gustafson and a second by Landon. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, the item is moved. Thank you for your presentation, and thanks for hanging out. We appreciate it. Made us feel safer, I'll tell you that right now. Now we'll move to item 6, probation, AB 481 annual report.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, Board of Supervisors, CEO Jane Christensen, and County Counsel Karen Schwab. My name is Eric Garina. I'm a manager with the Probation Department. I'm here today to provide the annual report for Assembly Bill 481. In response to 481, and Penal Code 7072, Probation has completed a review and submits this report to the governing body regarding the use of the unmanned aerial system, commonly known as a drone. The Probation Department operates one DJI Mavic Air 2, which was publicly obtained. It was issued on June 28, 2022, and the registration expires on June 28, 2025. The drone is a tool used by the Probation Department, which provides several advantages to our department in keeping our community safe. It allows us to better serve and supervise the unsheltered population and the camps that they reside in, identifying campsites in a timely and safe manner. We can identify our population and provide services and programming. It allows us to have access to the aerial view of camps and the cleanup efforts we lead and monitor. When serving warrants, it provides us a tactical advantage for the safety of the community and those that we will be served and for our officers. It allows us to safely inspect areas within our community where large illegal marijuana grows are occurring. I conducted an internal audit between January 20th and January 26th of this year. I reviewed policy logs, conducted interviews. During 2022, the Probation Department used the drone a total of 14 times. The shortest length was 2 minutes, the longest was 26 minutes, the average length was 12 minutes. The Probation Department has not received a complaint or concern about the use of the drone. Our annual costs are $1,398 for liability insurance, licensing, and training of the pilots. The Probation Department has no intentions currently to purchase any additional like equipment. The action requested is to introduce an uncodified ordinance, waive oral reading, providing the continued use of the public safety equipment as outlined under Placer County Probation Department AB 481 related policy entitled Public Safety Equipment Unmanned Aerial System Operations in accordance with Government Code Section 770 to 775 for the use of specific equipment. 2, receive the Placer County Probation Department 2023 AB 41 annual report as required under Government Code 772 (A). Board members, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Is there any comments from board members? I see none. Anybody in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, is anyone online? Okay. All righty, then what's the will of the board? All righty.
I'll second.
Okay, the item's been moved by Supervisor Jones and seconded by Supervisor Gustafson. I'm Supervisor Gore.
Two G's down here.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you. Now we'll move to item 7, District Attorney's turn. AB 481 Annual Report.
Good morning.
Morning,
My name
sir.
is Vince Dudo. I'm a supervising district attorney investigator with the Placer County DA's office. I'm here today on behalf of our DA, Morgan Geyer, and our chief investigator, Mary Green, to present our annual 481 report. I'd like to thank the board for your time this morning. A little background, the sheriff's office explained very well the history and the background of Assembly Bill 481, the legislative intent, and then how it's been enacted. I know you guys are aware of that. On May 10th of 2022, your board adopted an ordinance approving our policy for the use of military equipment in accordance with Government Code Sections 770 through 775. Assembly Bill 481 and those Government Code sections requires that law enforcement agencies prepare an annual report within 1 year of obtaining that approval and present it to the governing body of that agency. We have submitted our report to the board. Just a few highlights from it. Our most used equipment is our drone, our DJI Inspire. It's a commercially available drone. We deployed it during the reporting period 12 times. Our drone is a little different. We focus more on a cinematic quality with our drone. We use it for high quality video and photographs we can take from various altitudes, and we use that to present in court in our prosecutions. We turn those into exhibits that we present to the jury and to our judges. And we get really good feedback that our jurors, our citizens that serve on juries really like that. The rest of our equipment is listed in the report. We are not requesting the purchase of any new items this year, and the fiscal impacts regarding the maintenance are minimal and are included in our budget. With that said, we're requesting 2 actions. First, to introduce an uncodified ordinance, waive oral reading, approving the continued use of public safety equipment and adopt the district attorney's military equipment policy as required by Government Code 770 through 775. And number 2 is to receive our annual AB 481 report as required under Government Code Section 772, subsection A. I'm available for any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from board members? I see none. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address this board on this item? Is there anyone in the online? No. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action. Okay.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Jones and seconded by Supervisor Gore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion is approved. Thank you. We're now going to move to item 8. I don't know if anybody wishes to take a little break now, or do you want to hear this item?
A couple of us have moved out, but if you need to.
Pardon?
Do you need to?
No, I don't need
Okay, good.
We're okay?
We all snuck out while you were.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've all left. and
I
come
hardly
back.
missed you. Alrighty, then we'll move to item 8. Proposed Board of Supervisors staffing model, request for BOS direction. Gina Martin.
Thank you, Board Chair. I will introduce this item for our CEO and HR staff to provide further details. But just by way of introduction, and Jen, I'll ask you to kind of advance the slides. I've got the first few slides to essentially set the table for the conversation.
Megan?
Just water.
Oh, there we go.
All right. As you know, in terms of looking at our proposed board staffing model, due to significant county population growth, 2021 redistricting changes to supervisorial district boundaries, increasing district constituent support needs, and the retirement of long-serving board support staff, CEO, together with HR, took a look at our current board staffing model. As you know, no surprise to any of the folks up here on the dais, board district staff play a critical role. If you can go back, please. This is not only your own district staff, but also our central board support team that provides much of the administrative, clerical, and scheduling support for various district offices. Between constituent response and outreach, collaboration with county staff and other stakeholders, community meetings, MAC meetings, web and social media support, and the administrative support, including research analysis, interpretation, and scheduling, most time-consuming perhaps of all. This is a critical need to support our supervisors in serving the citizens of Placer County. You'll recall board staff was originally approved with Ordinance 5450B in 2007, which established a staffing model which was the same for districts 1 through 4, comprised of 1 full-time district lead and 1 part-time support staff for each district, with an additional district director for District 5, given the size of the geography covered by our easternmost district. This was the model that was, and given the aforementioned changes I just mentioned, was caused to revisit the staffing model in late 2022 and early 2023, and I'll turn it over to Jenna to continue the story.
Good morning, Jenna.
Good morning, and thank you, Jane, for your introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here today, Chair and members of the board, to speak to this item that impacts all of you so directly. So, as you know, Placer County is in a growth mode. We continue to grow, and the county is a desirable place to live, work, and play. With that growth, we continue to also evolve our staffing models and plans for resourcing related to those needs as they expand and grow with the population growth. This especially impacts our unincorporated areas of the county, considering that those areas are not represented by cities or townships, since they're outside of those municipality boundaries. So this is particularly apparent in light of the recent redistricting efforts that your board adopted and the boundary changes that resulted as a result of that process. As you are all aware, redistricting reshaped the boundaries of our districts with your adoption of the December 2021 meeting. These new boundaries up on the screen are in effect since 2022. So with that, I will dig down a little bit deeper into some of the geographic and demographic data to show the evolving needs in this area. As you can see, District 5 continues to be Placer's larger district in terms of square miles, with the next highest area being District 2. When looking at the county's geography through an unincorporated lens, you'll see that 57% of unincorporated residents live in District 5, with the next highest district being District 4, a ratio greater than 2 to 1. And when you drill down into each district's portion of unincorporated residents, District 5 holds the highest percentage at 80%, with 37% in District 4, the next highest proportion by district. Another interesting factor that we looked at from a staff perspective in consideration of this item and options to bring before your board is the distribution of the municipal advisory councils, also called MACs. As you well know, MACs are community meeting forums where residents can talk about county issues that are important to them. There are 13 MACs, and some of them are split across districts, so you'll see the total is slightly different there. And with these 13 MACs, there are 81 member seats. So another important role of district staff is supporting these MAC processes and civic engagement that they encourage from community members. With that, and as I wrap up my portion of the presentation and get ready to hand it over to Suzanne Holloway with HR, I would just like to point out that we also drew from your board's governing principles that you outlined for us in your recent governance manual. So I'll just highlight those. The first being your goal to bring actions requiring significant staffing resources to the full board in an effort to be consistent and maintain parity. Also adherence to county best practices, especially in a human resources context. And the development of an annual district staffing budget, well, a budget for everything really expenditure-wise, but specifically staffing for this item. And with that, I'll pause for questions and ask Suzanne Holloway to join me at the podium.
Any questions for Gina? I don't see any. Thank you, Gina.
Hi, good morning. I think it's still morning. Suzanne Holloway from HR. So just to give you a little bit of background, in November and December of last year, HR staff met with each of the board members and their district directors just to kind of get sort of a baseline pulse on what the needs were, what are the pain points, what do you like, what do you think could be improved. And that was one of the things that kind of generated some of these staffing models that are before you today. Based on the feedback we received, HR worked with CEO staff to identify any process improvements, clarify roles of existing staff allocated to the Board of Supervisors, and identify additional resources that might be needed for each district team. What the common feedback was with all of you was that the population in Placer is growing, and with that, there's more constituents and a significant amount of workload increase. Currently, under the staffing model that you have now, a lot of that is following to your district directors because that is obviously a very critical component. And sometimes that could be at the expense of other job duties that could be assigned to them. 3 models are presented for you today. The first of these, option A, which I'll go into, is based on the discussions and feedback back in November and December, as well as an analysis of other jurisdictions in the local labor market. And then options B and C are the result of subsequent discussions with board and CEO staff. So starting with option A, as was indicated earlier, currently there's 1 district director assigned to districts 1 through 4 and 2 assigned to district 5. What we're presenting in option A is a new classification of district representative that would be slightly lower than the district director. This would report to the district directors, and it would recognize the oversight that the district director plays in terms of overseeing the day-to-day operations of each district. Given the supervisory relationship and traditional career ladder or hierarchical organizational structure of this model, it would be proposed that that new classification would have a salary whose top step is set approximately 10% below that of the top step of the district director. Workload would be assigned from the district director as needed. The primary point of contact for each district, as you can see here, would be the district director. They would represent the supervisor regarding the most sensitive, complex, or political matters. They may supervise the representative. And while the representative would have a primary focus on constituent response and outreach, attending meetings on behalf of the supervisor, they would be reporting to that director who would be assigning work based on need. So there could be special projects, there might be some overlap between the duties assigned to both, but it would be overseen by that director on behalf of their assigned supervisor. The hope with this model is that this would free up the district directors to perform more legislative analysis and some of those more high-level duties that they are making time for today, but they would be able to have another resource to offload some additional high-level duties. So the district aide, that's what we have currently. It's a part-time employee. That's more the clerical administrative support. would provide scheduling, clerical media support, and basic constituent responses for each of those supervisors. So that would be specific to supervisory assignment. Option B was based on recent stated needs. This option adds one additional full-time district director to each district. There's no new lower level classification. So like the proposed model in option A, it would increase districts 1 through 4 from 1.5 staffing to 2.5, and district 5 would go from 2.5 to 3.5. Under option B, the organizational structure is a little bit more flat, and there wouldn't be any full-time professional subordinate staff assigned to that district director. Let's see, and again, just in terms of describing the proposed positions, the supervisors under this model would likely assign the work to their assigned directors. These directors would have equal levels of authority, title, and salary range. One would not report to the other, and there wouldn't be one district director overseeing or assigning work to the other. Assignments would be determined and managed by the supervisor based on need. And the district aide, we would continue that half-time support for the administrative support. A third option, which I lovingly call this the to-be-determined model, this was not specifically requested or recommended, but it is presented for the board's consideration should there be interest. Under this proposed model, there would be no additional staffing assigned to the individual districts. So you would remain at the 1.5 with one district director and a half-time district aide. But what HR and CEO would endeavor to do would be to look at centralizing some of the functions and providing the support that's needed to each district through county Board of Supervisors division staff within the county. So they wouldn't be specific to a district, they would be assigned to the county. Under this model, centralized job functions would be more of the influence, I guess, or the emphasis. It would allow for additional consistency and consolidation across districts. And again, this is just one other option for you all to consider. In terms of expenditures, estimated costs for each of the three staffing models take into account the fully loaded costs, which include salary and benefits for each of the additional staffing recommended. So under option A, you can see if we add 5 of the mid-level district representatives or assistant directors, if you will, the estimated cost for that is $725,000. Under option B, adding additional directors would be $805,000, and option C, again, is yet to be determined based on the assessment of centralizing some of those functions. Finally, I wanted to talk about alternative titling because this is a discussion that came up following the discussions that we had with board members and their district directors. There was a request to consider a job title change for the district director to a district chief of staff, as this titling was consistent with a state legislature level. Under option A, because we have more of a hierarchical structure, there would be direct supervision of staff. This title change could be supported as it reflects, you're a chief of staff. Under option B, this job title change would not be appropriate, as the title of chief implies a single high level of authority, and under this model there would be 2 peer level positions with equal levels of authority. There also would be no direct reports other than the possible shared responsibility over a half-time district aide, which also could report directly to the supervisor. If a model other than option A is selected, it is recommended that the job title of district director remain unchanged, and that title was recently changed, as you might recall, to reflect the level of authority and autonomy assigned to those positions. With regard to working titles, I just wanted to make a comment on that. The county has used working titles in the past. Oftentimes, the use of working titles is used when you have a countywide classification and you want to reflect the very specific and unique job duties of a particular position. So we have done that at the county level. In this case, because there's only 5 district directors, or possibly 10, it is a very limited in scope, and there really isn't a uniqueness in terms of the level of authority. While each of your districts is somewhat unique and the assignments may be unique, the scope and level of responsibility among directors is the same. So it could create some confusion among the public in terms of knowing who's in charge, who's overseeing who. And it also, both for the public and in looking at other jurisdictions. So I think because of the number of districts that you have, there needs to be some consistency and not setting apart one director from the others. Therefore, our recommendation would be whatever option that you all decide is in your best interest, that we have some consistency in that job titling. And I'm happy to answer any questions, or I can turn it back over to Jane.
Supervisor Gore, you've got a light on?
I have a quick question. Thank you very much, Suzanne. So appreciate this. Have you been able to do a fiscal analysis of the staffing? Because we have primarily had option C. We have had a centralized board staff with folks, Terry Ibaldi and her team, providing all the services other than a district director to us. And what we, that department has dwindled right now, and there was just one person. And we found that having some more decentralized folks working directly for us has been helpful, like with me having somebody do all my scheduling and not having to have one person schedule for 3 or 4 people. It's been more effective and efficient. So I know the board staff has gone through iterations. There's been 10 people working with the board staff plus district directors. Now we're down to 1, but probably 3. Have you been able to do an analysis of the staffing and the cost? Because that the proposed staffing amounts, although that's for one person, we've had staff move in and out of the centralized role, et cetera.
We did look at that based on the feedback that we had in November and December. There was discussions of what do we want to centralize, and I did hear from quite a few of you there were certain things that could possibly be centralized, but the overwhelming majority kind of preferred to have things specific to that specific district where you had that direct access and control. To clarify for the board division, while there is one position filled currently, our office did do analysis of the higher level management position that was recently vacated. There has been some reorganization of workflow within the CEO's office, and we are in the process of filling that position. Not at the same classification level it was, but it is at a management level. There's also a executive assistant position that's vacant that we are currently working to fill as well. So I think we were looking at kind of the current lay of the land and taking into account the feedback that we got that proposed option A, that 3-person staffing model, along with centralizing some of the higher level budget duties to the CEO's office, seemed to fit. Obviously, if we're going to go with a different model, we would need to relook at that. And in terms of costing, I know we have done that with working with the CEO's office. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add to that.
I'll just add, if helpful, there were, and it has evolved over time, admittedly, like you said. So if we go back to the 2007 timeframe, I don't know that we've done a thorough sort of historical analysis, but most recently, the Board of Supervisors division and the CEO at its highest in the last few years has had 4 allocations assigned to it. As part of this study that Suzanne is referencing that we conducted, we did move one of those centralized allocations to clerk of the board due to some of the reorganization of those duties falling to the clerk of the board related to centralized communication needs and technology projects that we're trying to accomplish with your district director team to streamline communication efforts. So currently, Suzanne is right, there are 3 allegations devoted to the Board of Supervisors, all of which are filled or in the process of being filled.
Right, and where we at one point had 10 staff in that centralized office, at least according to an online well, maybe not. Well, it's been very confusing, right? I mean, we've had staff doing board work, we've had staff doing clerk of the board work, and so I'm just trying to get a sense of, and you probably have not done that at this point, just the staffing analysis.
I
As
would
far as
offer
cost.
that could absolutely be part of the board's direction, right, as part of option C potentially, to look at other things.
And I'm not looking for option C.
Okay.
I'm just trying to show that we at one point had a lot of staff. We have slimmed back down. We're looking to move more staff to the districts, which I think is appropriate and I'm supportive of. But I'm just, you know, we were centralized, we're becoming more decentralized, and we don't have as many people now doing something for all of us. I think that was my point, and I don't think we have dollars to coincide.
And I do think your point is well taken, Supervisor, because I am aware of a reorganization. I don't have the exact time frame, but when we did reorganize the way the clerk of the board and the Board of Supervisors office currently functions, and I would have to look back at the exact date to let you know that information, which we can certainly report back on, but during that effort, there was a split of allocations. So that's probably, when you look at those allocations together as a whole, that's the 10, I think, that you're referencing.
Yeah, thank you.
Jane, would you like to make a comment?
Certainly, if Suzanne can advance the next slide. To recap, the action before the board is to provide direction for your preferred staffing model. If option A or B, staff will return to the board with a proposed ordinance at your March 14th meeting. Bear in mind, of course, that requires 2 readings, so March 14th and March 28th. If option C, staff will conduct additional research as per board direction.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Jones.
Yeah, I had a couple questions. Do we currently have 3 positions open in the board support staff? I know we've hired 1, but do we currently have 3?
We have 3 allocations, and we have 1 filled currently, who is working as the Board Support Services Coordinator. We have an executive assistant where interviews just occurred within recent weeks, and we're working through that hiring process now. And the Board Support Services Manager, the staff manager level that Suzanne Holloway was referencing in her comments, it posted on Friday, and so we are well in recruitment for that position as well.
How exciting. So my question is, so right now we do have a similar core support staffing model, I think that we had when I came on board 2 years ago?
Yes, you and I started around the same time, and so since I have been in my chair, it's relatively consistent with a couple of minor tweaks related to this recent reorganization that Suzanne referenced.
Right,
with,
right.
That allocation moving to the clerk of the board to
Yeah.
support those duties.
And I don't think I don't really want to speak for everybody, but I don't think there's an appetite to reduce that core support. I don't have an appetite to reduce that core support. But at any rate, so I wouldn't want to change anything about that core support. I think right now, I'm mainly interested in more support for the supervisors. So you guys want to talk about it more?
Gina, under option A, you've got district representative. That's not an allocated position yet, is it?
The district representative position, I'll defer to Suzanne on the process pieces of that, would be a new position, correct?
Okay, so
And it would be a district contract staff position. So as part of those contracts, as they would roll out, we typically have a scope of work and a typical duty structure associated with that. And Suzanne, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that.
Yeah, I think if that's the option that we go with, HR would be coming to your board at a future date, probably that March date, to establish that as a new classification. It would be added to our class and salary schedule, and then it would be filled via the contract process, similar to what we're doing with the district directors.
So in my conversations with my district director, we have been considering hiring a district aide, a part-time employee. We're looking into that right now. But for future, I just soon have the allocation for the district representative. Not that we would fill it, but if that ever if we ever needed that, I would like to have that position in place in order to do that. So I'd like to propose option A. Supervisor Gustafson.
A couple of questions, thank you. With option A, I think in governance, let me go back, I think in our governance discussions, I continually say this, and I want to say this to the public, I believe everybody needs equitable representation, equitable resources. And I was not on the board when it was determined that District 5 needed an additional person. And I'm grateful for the previous boards who did that. But I remain concerned because of our term of office and our potential turnover that I do support having a strong centralized office because of the potential shifts in who's elected, who's serving, and the amount of time it takes a new employee without guaranteed long-term employment to come up to speed and to understand all the complications of our county. Secondly, I think, I'm getting to a question here, but secondly, I think that constituent response by our departments is phenomenal. When we send out an email, when Sophie or I send an email to a department person about an issue with a constituent, I almost within a day, if not over a weekend, get a response of what's going on and how we can assist that person. So, you know, I find that our job is really coordinating the constituents with the experts. We can't be the experts, but we can connect them with the experts. So I want to say that to indicate where I'm headed here. On option A or within it, any of these options, can it be less dictated how you use the people, but in a budget established? And I ask my fellow board members that. For instance, I look at this and I think with 2.5, I can continue with representing my district pretty adequately. It's busy, but it's because they want me. And that makes it busy on me. And my support staff, both Caitlin and Sophie, do a tremendous job. Our halftime person could probably do more. But I think if it might work for me better than having a full-time district representative to have 2 aides. And I would be under the budget and with less benefits. So could the budget be established to allow some flexibility in staffing needs for a district? And I'm looking at you, but I'm also looking at my counterparts because I think those are important things for us to talk about. I certainly, at this point, don't feel I need another person. If we're going back to the centralized office and if they can provide consistent support to the max as far as reappointments, scheduling meetings, and making sure we have space, we still deal with the agenda and the meeting itself. I feel very comfortable with that, and I'm really concerned about these costs. There are many people in our county that need adjustments in salaries and positions, and I don't feel like I should be one of those taking right now. So I'm kind of reversing what I talked about earlier because I do see that we're staffing back up the office.
Supervisor Court.
I appreciate that a lot. And then I think about District 5, and somebody who was on the charter review had said, we need to really make sure District 5 has more staffing, right? Because of the number of MACs, because of the number of folks who have issues and concerns. And so I appreciate that, and I want to make sure that you especially have the support that you need because you've got so much work.
It's the district, it's not me. It may not be me next year, so,
you have 8 MACs, so that means 8 different communities of interest, and then you have 2 complete geographies, 2 ecosystems, where you need people who are experts in Tahoe and folks who really understand Western Placer and the Slope. So I appreciate wanting to keep our eyes on making sure we're wise with our taxpayer dollars. I also think it's important for District 5 that has so many requests on the effort for you, the work that you need to do, you and your team need to do. I just think that that's really important and that we shouldn't ignore the fact that District 5 is very different. and with 2 different ecosystems. So I certainly can be flexible there, and I just want to let you know that I think that that's probably more important than all the rest of us, because I've seen how much additional work there is in that district.
Is it possible to do that? In other words, to structure with HR a different model, different models for each district, but within a budget that is established? So, for instance, I was going to propose that we go to up to 3 for my district versus 3.5, but that may look like a chief of staff, a district representative, and 2 part-time aides.
I mean, I think the short answer is, our goal is to make sure that each of you have what you need, whatever those resources are. So the information that was presented today was based on feedback that we had received, the end of last year. Obviously, we're looking for direction from the board in terms of which option to bring forward. And if that's something different, we can look into that. I'm not sure in terms of like different organizational structures for each. I mean, obviously, you're all unique. I think that would be something that we would have to take back.
Well, I think how we might place, I guess what I'm asking is if the budget was established based on up to, and then how those positions and duties are fulfilled is, I guess, my question to the rest of the board, because I have found that trying to recruit for a full-time person, say, in Tahoe, is challenging. And so a part-time people, and especially when I've had somebody out on maternity leave, trying to look for part-time people I've been more successful with filling part-time roles. And so, and again, that's a cost savings to the county. I want to be mindful of not exceeding budgets, especially at a time when there's so many needs in the county. So I guess I'm looking for a little more flexibility within that model, and I know that's more a policy for us to discuss than for you, but it is possible from HR to consider that, and it would be more discussion between the board, is what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Did I summarize that?
You did.
Okay. And thank you, Bonnie, for pointing it out. I think our job is always to be looking for the future of the county, not who we are today in our jobs, but what will be needed in the future. And so right now, with me serving the Tahoe area, that came with an amount of knowledge that I don't need to duplicate. In the future, if it was somebody from somewhere else, they would rely more potentially on that person or individual. But I will say, county CEO has changed the staffing model in Tahoe as well. And we have incredible support from county CEO office. And so Stephanie and Lindsay and Nick are filling in at meetings that I can't attend and then getting back to me. So I keep going back to county staff and the CEO's office are really our support mechanism, and our district representatives, our chief of staff, our aides, are dealing with primarily constituent issues and making sure people get connected and that scheduling element. So I don't believe our office needs 3.5. I'll just tell you that. I don't think we need 3.5 for District 5 at this point in time. Another 10,000 people, maybe. I don't know, but and unless the board sets up new max for me, but right now, I think we can do it, especially with the support of the CEO's office with those max.
So I just have the question about, now we have one position in this Board of Supervisors office, and we're having 2 more come on board, right?
That's
Supervisor Guston, did you want to enhance that? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
no, no. I think when we're fully staffed again, and if they can take over, I have a strong feeling that all MACs should have a baseline of support from the CEO's office, because supervisors come and go. We share MACs. If we disagree, there needs to be the person, in the office that determines, yes, this is how we're moving forward, and supports our staff in getting the meetings set up, getting the reappointments made, all of that, reserving the space, having the secretarial support minutes and all that. That's done at the centralized office, and I think that should be consistent for all MACs. I didn't create 8 MACs.
I
I inherited those. And I'm glad to have them, because they do represent different communities. But I don't think that should just fall on the whims of whoever the next supervisor is as to how they're staffed and run. I think that should be consistent for all of our public.
I agree with that. Supervisor Jones, yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The first thing I wanted to kind of point out, I know during our board governance, there was something, here it is, where the staff talked about, or the board talked about consideration for maintaining parity and consistency. Well, if you look up the definition of parity, parity means equal. There's nothing equal about each 5 district. And so I thought when we discussed that at that time, it was more about parity of being assigned commissions and boards, not parity in our staffing to serve the needs of our districts. And so if you take a look at this graph, the unincorporated residents of each district, and you take away District 5 because she is unique. She's got a lot of unincorporated residents.
It's my district that's unique. I'm just kind of run-of-the-mill.
I wouldn't say that, but it is a unique district in that it's geographically huge, and she has 64,000 unincorporated residents in her district. So if you take that one away, do you see anything unique about the rest? What's left? Well, there's a difference between 8%, 10%, and 6% for the first 3 districts, and 37, almost 40% in mine. I have about half of what Cindy has. I have 5 and 6 times more than all of you do. I inherited 2 MACs. My district grew geographically because now I go all the way up and include a wedge of Newcastle. In addition to that, my MAC is going strong, my main MAC, which is Granite Bay, and I've allowed them to form 4 subcommittees in addition to my MAC. So now we have 4 subcommittees in addition to that. My district director does all of the agendizing. He entertains all of those 4 committees. And now he assists with the other 2 MACs that we share. He and I both attend all of our MACs. And so my population has grown. My workload has grown immensely. I will say more than 5 times. And so I'm probably the primary reason we're here, because mine has changed and grown so much even since I took office 2 years ago. And if you look back at the statistics of how we've grown, from the census in 2000 to 2010, we grew 100,000 people. From 2010 to 2020, we grew almost 60,000 additional. And if we plan right now for what we need right now, we will be behind the power curve in 6 months. I don't really want to have to come back here in 6 months and try to figure out a new plan. It's been said with the new HHS building and the waterfall of moves that nobody in the county was anticipating the need for growth within the county staff. How about the growth with county sheriff, public safety, fire? What about the growth in all of that? Everyone is planning for growth except for us. So what I'm here to recommend 2 district directors of equal. If you're in an accounting department, you have a whole bunch of accounting technicians. They have the same job description. They're all on this same pay scale. They all do the same work. If you go into the personnel office, you probably have a whole bunch of personnel techs who are there grading jobs and qualifying applicants. And they're all personnel techs, and they all have the same classification, the same job description. They're on the same pay scale. And that's what I propose we need to have if we just add 1 district director to each of the districts, it's the simplest fix. They don't have to change the ordinance, anything. They just add 1 number to it. We come back next week, we approve it, we're done. You can use that extra person however you want. And if you want to in the future add a position that's downgraded, you're free to do that as well. But personally, the workload I have, I need a clone of my district director. That district director, those 2 will be doing the bulk of the work. And believe me, I'm getting phone calls, I get emails, I get text messages from my constituents. And they want to see me. The next best person to see is my district director, not some centralized staff up here. I'm sorry, my district is Granite Bay. I'm the farthest most point, including you, Bonnie. Yours is also the farthest most point from Auburn, so it doesn't serve me. I need support staff up here for travel and for budgeting and for all of those just generalized questions and concerns, but not to service me in my district. They can't help me with my constituents. They can't help me with what my MAC members want on an agenda. They can't help me with what my MAC subcommittees want. That's my district director. Believe me, he's working now about 50 hours a week, but he's not getting paid as an attorney. Those are the only ones that work more than 40 hours a week. So I propose we just take the quickest route here. We add one district director to each district, and then if something grows more than that, then we address it in the future. And you just use your extra person however you want. If you don't want to hire them, don't hire them. But believe me, I have workload for 3 district directors. And like I said, all you have to do is take a look at this to see that if you remove District 5, there is still an anomaly there between districts 1 through 4, excuse me. So that is my proposal. I do not accept hiring another support staff of a lesser degree, paying them less money, because I'm going to demand that they work as hard as my district director. I can't do that if I'm not paying them money. And the other thing too, as a part-time staff, I will tell you down there in the Flatlanders, down there where we are, where the bulk of the population is, I will not be able to fill a job that's part-time, making that small amount of money and working, how many hours did they work? 20 hours a week? Yeah, I need an employee, not a volunteer.
Supervisor Linda, you've been very patient.
Okay, well, I'm very intrigued by Supervisor Gustafson's idea of equitable amounts per district. However, I do foresee some issues there, especially if one district were to decide to have 2 district directors, say, and then another district has a district director and a district rep, or a district director and a half-timer. I could see there being confusion for the public and for staff, knowing which district has what allocation and where is the hierarchy. So that would be my only concern with, although I really like the concept of just giving everyone the money and you spend it like you want, I just see some kind of potential troubles there. I really struggle with the concept of 2 district directors. I personally, I don't think I will hire anyone in the foreseeable future. I feel like both Christina and I are able to handle the workload that we have right now. We do have an additional half-timer allocated. Now looking down over the next 8 years or however long it is till redistricting, I think especially in our district, we're going to experience a ton of growth out in West Roseville. And so I anticipate that we're going to have quite a few more constituent needs. And so I'm not opposed to the idea of having an additional full-time person. I do not feel I could justify 2 district directors. And I understand what you're saying, Supervisor Jones, when it comes to not wanting to pay someone less for doing the same job as a district director. I just feel a district representative could meet those needs as well. I mean, especially if they're pulling responsibilities from your other district director. I would never want to tell someone, what I think you need or what, you don't need. So that makes it difficult. But I want to make sure we're being cognizant of the taxpayers' money and not just spending because we can. And so one of my questions would be, if we allocate these positions, let's just say we went with the first option, and we have a full-time position that's allocated but is not filled for 3 years, is there a drawback to that for the county when it comes to budgeting and figuring out what I'm kind of curious what that would do for you guys?
I can speak to that a little bit. It is a policy decision, as noted earlier in the discussion. You certainly, could have a max allocation amount, and then choose to fill based on needs. And actually, that is, for all intents and purposes, what has been happening. As Chair Holmes mentioned, some districts currently are choosing to not fill certain things. So from an appropriations and allocation perspective, it would be equitable, but it would be each district's choice which positions of the 2.5 or 3.5 that they feel that they would want to fill at the time to meet their current business needs. And then that would also maybe be a nice solution to address the growth, because you would already have that built in, and you could turn that on or off as needed based on expanding or contracting workload demands.
Okay. So I would say my natural inclination, if I was just voting for myself, would be to just kind of leave it as it is, but I also understand that my colleagues have other needs as well. So I would be supportive of option A if that's what the majority feels they need. I don't support option B.
Okay. Karen, you had some.
I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. One, if you were to go with option B, it does require an ordinance change. Right now,
Yes,
the
it does, but I mean, it's
uncodified ordinance is 1.5,
Right.
except for District 5, which is 2.5. So there's always an ordinance change.
Right, but I mean,
Either one of these.
yeah.
To Supervisor Gustafson's thoughts, I think one of the main principles, especially in a government and employment, is having job descriptions and filling those equitably. And the difficulty in working within that paradigm, if you say, well, we just want a budget and we'll do with it what we want, is we run into problems of what does that mean in terms of employment law?
Yeah.
And how are those defined? The one way to define it, which I don't think will be palatable for certain district directors who've been around for a while, is then I think what you're talking about is independent contractor status. Then you can take basically a budgeted amount of money and give it to each district and say, here, you can go ahead and hire your independent contractor, but that comes without any benefits. There's no way to have an independent contractor with benefits if you want that pot of money. So I just wanted to clarify those 2 points.
Thank you for that clarification. I think what I wasn't saying very well, I guess, is if I didn't want a full-time district representative at this point and wanted to hire another aide, and I was under my budget, they would stay in the same classifications, but I might use that budget to have 2 aides while I still have 2 directors. But in the future, if one of those directors weren't with me, I would go to a chief of staff, because I have found it is challenging to I don't have time to manage staff to figure out who's doing which job, and then that has caused issues between 2 that are equal. I have found it's easier. Now, that doesn't mean that's with everybody, but that's what I have found, that organizational chart, to have somebody who is chief and assigning the roles to the others is the best, I would think would be the better model. But that's been just my experience. And going back to the equity question, Suzanne, I think I was looking at all of our expenditures as a Board of Supervisors. I was looking at meeting, training, and travel. And if we're adding staff, are we also talking about having travel budgets for them to go to conferences and to DC? I mean, is everybody, are we going to, and so I wanted the board to kind of establish a tighter protocol on that, because I did feel that we should rotate if a district director is going to, or a chief of staff is going to DC. Not everybody goes every trip. I don't think that's wise for the taxpayers, especially when there's 2 or 3 trips a year and there's other trips and other conferences. So I was looking at kind of establishing a more equitable all the way around. And I stay in a county office. I'm in county offices. I'm not in lease space. I understand there's not county offices in your district, so you had to lease space. But those are all, I spend more on gas. My gosh, how many miles do I put on the car in going back and forth and covering? So trying to find equity is not simple. It's not equal. It's equitable, right?
Right. That's why I was comparing it
so
to
making
parity.
sure everybody has similar amount of space. Now, if you hire more staff, you need more space. Now you need a bigger office, so, not you, I'm just saying any of us. And so, where we house people, it just leads to, I managed a district. I know it starts with, oh, this is the personnel cost, but then there's the IT cost, then there's the remote access cost, and and it adds. And so being relatively, I think, very fiscally conservative, I believe that we should try to limit our expenditures on our staff and try to use county resources. Personally, that's my personal feeling, and I don't think I've heard a consensus here.
Well,
so.
I agree with that in that I think that's reasonable, but I don't think that's necessary here today. Today, what we're trying to do is decide what extra manpower we're going to be authorized to have. And all of those things, they don't have to be written specifically in this, that we rotate, that one district director goes to a board meeting, a remote board meeting, or one district director gets to travel once a year, not both, or, those specifics on who gets to do what. Is that what we're looking to put in the ordinance today? County Council, can I ask that?
No,
again?
I was clarifying, though, when we were in governance, that's what I was talking
Right,
about.
but
Because you said earlier, we didn't talk about, and I think you're correct. That was just one
I was only
board
talking
member.
about the word parity.
Yeah.
Because the word parity means equal. And there's really nothing equal about the 5 districts. And what I'm hearing everybody say is that you're all speaking on your own personal needs. And no one's acknowledging the size of my district. No one's acknowledging that I've inherited and I now have 3 max. No one's acknowledging that my geographic district grew. I haven't heard that from any of you. You've all said, I think option A, option A, option A. I'm telling you option A doesn't work for me, but yet no one is willing to grant me what I need. I know what I need in my district. 30,000
Suzanne, can I correct you for a moment? I am not, when I suggested a flexible model, I was trying to find a compromise. I said, I don't need 3.5, I could go to 3. Can I use 2 aides instead of a district rep? I would say the same for you. You have a budget. You can have, personally, if you want 2 district directors, I don't have an issue with that. And in this model, I don't know that you need 2.5. But
I haven't hired the 0.5, and
yeah,
probably,
and so,
I don't know that I would. It just
so,
depends.
in that situation, I don't feel that I was not acknowledging you. So at least from this supervisor, I don't pretend to know your district. I know I have 14 business associations and chambers of commerce and, a whole variety of special service groups that want me here and want me there. It isn't just our max. Obviously, we all know that. Many people want us visible at community events all over the district. And so, anyway, I would like more flexibility within the model for each supervisor to address their own needs. Is that a better way for me to say it? So you can do with your budget what you want to do.
That would, and I think that if we made it 2 district directors, that you had the ability to hire a 2nd district director, you can then hire below that. All you'd need to, if you need to do that, is later, you can change the job description so that you can hire somebody at a lower level.
Karen, you had,
Yeah, and first of all, it's not that easy to just change a job description. What was proposed under option A was to bring forward a new job description for the district representative. The other thing I might suggest, and I'm going to look at Suzanne for this, is there a possibility, if we look at A, and I'm just picking A, and we look at the district representative position, can we write the ordinance to state 1 full-time or 2 part-times, which then offers some flexibility that you can fill at that level with 2 part-timers versus 1 full-time? And I don't know if that gives enough flexibility, Supervisor Gustafson, but I did appreciate your clarification that perhaps what we need is to provide that flexibility within the ordinance allocation description.
I think to your question, we certainly can. Usually what we present on the allocation ordinance is, we call it a full-time equivalent. So that could be 1 person working full-time, that could be 2 people sharing that job. So it's we list it as a full-time equivalent as opposed to a full-time position. And then I just wanted, in response to Supervisor Gustafson and Supervisor Landon, I do think if there is some inconsistency, and again, I'm saying this with the preference to meet all of your individual needs, because I know you're all unique, but I do think if there are different staffing options among the different districts, you could run the risk of some morale issues with maybe someone who's assigned to an aide position or representative position who's saying, well, why am I not a director? Even though those needs might be very unique for that district. So I do appreciate Supervisor Landon's comments on that, because that was one concern that HR had in terms of wanting to have some sort of consistency among all the districts, recognizing that if you don't need something that's allocated right away, you don't need to necessarily fill that immediately, and you can wait for some later time when maybe the workload requires it. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Supervisor Gore.
So actually, haven't weighed in, so I do think having some flexibility with our staff is helpful. And I know that I've heard from several of our district directors that folks have a lot of work to do, a lot of resident concerns, et cetera. And a lot of it's sort of catch up, not a lot of proactive initiatives. It's following up and making sure when you do make those constituent reach outs that staff is getting back to us and following up and making sure we're communicating. And so there is a significant amount of work and the number of residents have increased tremendously. And so I do think having a structure like allowing us an opportunity to increase staff if needed, but we don't have to. And I know that I'd much rather have one point person, a chief of staff, directing my team. Because I sort of, we divide and conquer. There's not enough work for myself and there's enough work, there's too much work for myself and my district director to be everywhere. I take care of this and he takes care of this, this, and this. And so having that flexibility, having an aide, somebody who could come in at a lower level and somebody at a higher level, I think makes sense if it's warranted, right? So Supervisor Holmes, you said you may not need it. Probably an admin person. I'll tell you, an admin person has made all the difference in my team. And I found somebody to work part-time and it's worked really well. Scheduling and just responding to people, that's been a tremendous help. So I do think if we're going to do this, it should be similar for all the supervisors so that it is parity for our staff. And they're not feeling like somebody's getting more than another, and we find ways to work within that. So that would be my suggestion. I think it would be helpful for all of us, but we don't have to fill them all. And then we're not coming back in 6 months asking for another change.
So in option A, if we hire a part-time employee, a district aide, and we felt the need for a district representative, the district aide would be probably the primary person that I would put into that position because they have experience with the office. And so although I want it in the application, it doesn't mean I'm going to fill it. And if there's an opportunity for my district aide to move up, I could put that person into the district representative position without going back and changing anything, right? Okay, that's where I'm at.
Let me go one step further, because for some reason, no one is acknowledging. Everyone says District 5 is unique. You've got a lot of constituents. You have a large geographic area to cover. And the one thing that no one is comparing is, Bonnie, you have 6,000 constituents in your unincorporated district. When somebody who lives in the city calls you about a pothole in their street, do you fix their pothole?
I prefer them for Roseville.
That's right, and they take care of your problem. And the same way with the other. In District 2, you have 7,000, a little over 7,000. And then in District 3, you have over 5,000. I have 30,000 people that need potholes fixed, and they need their neighbor is building this, and I have this issue, and somebody needs to help me, and nobody is helping me with this, and property tax assessments and things like that. So what you guys are really not hearing is I have 30,000 constituents that all deserve and need help. I can't refer them to a city because they don't live in a city. I have 5 times more people in unincorporated areas than you have. I have 5 times the workload that you have. Why do you keep telling me that I need a assistant that's a district representative? I don't need somebody to represent me. I go to all my meetings myself in person. That's why they hired me, because they want to see me there. And so I need help with the workload. And it's going to be equally shared because it's not a part-time workload. It's a full-time workload. So, you know, I implore you folks, don't plan for right now when the rate that we're growing, and even Cedra is telling me every day, development is coming, development is coming. So if I plan, actually a part-time would have been a year ago. And I will tell you this, Shanti, that when I first started, when I was a brand new supervisor, the first year I thought, this is easy. Man, this is easy. And you know why? Because nobody knew me yet. Your people don't know you yet. By the beginning of next year, you're going to say, man, I am really busy this year. And by your 3rd year, it will be even, you magnify that again. It's the first year you don't know anybody. They don't know you. They're not comfortable contacting you. And so the first year it was like, wow, this is kind of easy. I can handle this. Well, guess what? Now I'm up to here. And I need help, and I need it right now. I don't see the harm of authorizing 1 FTE or 2 part-time, half FTEs, so that we all can get what we need. You can hire less if you need less. I can hire more if I need more. That to me is equitable, when we all respond to each other's needs. To 2 half-time FTEs, if that serves you good, I'm happy. I'm happy. If you get to the point where you're like, wow, I need another full-timer, you will have the ability to do that. And my judgment won't reflect on what you can or cannot do.
Supervisor Landon.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are, I acknowledge the fact that your district is different than it was 4 years ago even. And I think, I'm not arguing against another full-time person. I'm saying I'm not gonna hire that person, but if everyone else needs one, that's totally fine with me. And to me, I think it's very reasonable, because it sounds like the things that you're needing assistance with, like the potholes or the assessor's office or constituent complaints that are in the unincorporated areas, those are all casework that I think a full-time person, 40 hours a week, and a half-time person could handle. I mean, it just, to me, like, I feel
3
like,
max,
I
3
understand,
agendas,
I understand.
4 subcommittees.
But, and even to your point of, you know, the job's super easy the first year, I would say Robert was here for 28 years. Everyone knew who he was, and we were able to handle it. So I'm saying, yes, full-time person, add that full-time person, fully support that if that's what you need. But I just can't bring myself onto that other threshold of saying, let's spend an additional, whatever it is, $80,000 or whatever it is per year to just justify that being a district director title. I really just struggle with that. I'm sorry, but I can give you the full-time person.
But you're contradicting yourself, because you said you support me, but then you don't.
Well, supporting you doesn't mean that I have to agree with exactly what you're saying.
No.
I'm saying I hear that you need additional support, and we're going to give you 60 hours worth of work that someone is going to do for you. That if you can't operate within 60 hours, then there's something really wrong going on.
What's 60 hours?
You're going to be getting a full-time person and a half-time person that if within 60 hours they cannot accomplish that gap, then there's something wrong, whether it's a management thing or whether it's I don't know.
It's 6 times your workload.
Maybe it is. I don't know whether it's 6 times my workload, but I would just say 60 hours of work should be able to be accomplished, since the majority of things that you're going to be getting complaint-wise and things that need to be addressed are things that a district, yes, they're called a district representative, but that doesn't mean they're just your representative out in the community. They're doing all of this casework.
I understand that, but you're paying them less, and you cannot expect them to work as hard as their compatriot. If you're in an office and you need 3 county technicians, you give them all the same qualifications, you expect them all to carry the same load. Now, if you hire an accounting assistant, you can't expect them to sit in that seat the same as an accounting technician and carry the same workload and get paid less.
Well, I guess I'll end by saying I don't want this to end on a bad, like, I don't want this to be a bad thing. I feel like getting a full-time person and a half-time person is sufficient. I am sorry that you don't feel like this is me not hearing you, but that's just my comfort level. That's as far as I can go, so.
So I have a question for staff. So if we go with option A, what would it take to add another district director to satisfy Supervisor Jones's request? So option A plus 2 allocations for a district director. As I said, I'm not going to even fill the district representative, and I certainly wouldn't fill the district director, second district director. What would it take to do that?
Well, as staff is proposing, option A does not account for an additional district director allocation. However, we are here before your board to seek direction on this item for what we would bring back to you. So I would say that if there is a desire for a model different than presented, that we would take that direction.
So when would that, how soon would that come back?
Probably March 14th.
Okay.
Chair Holmes, maybe I wasn't clear, and I want to just clarify. I don't see, if we went with option A with the flexibility to hire, you could hire your 2 district directors. Well, then you just wouldn't have a district aide. No. I'm not clear. That's what I was trying to ask. Could I hire 2 part-time aides instead of 1? I thought it was going to provide you the same flexibility to hire your 2 district directors, but you just wouldn't have a district aide then.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. So that was the flexibility I was seeking, and to reduce the overall head count, because I am concerned that we're creeping up into that. But
Supervisor Gustafson, in your situation, you would be hiring potentially an allocation less than, right? So that's the difference in that.
I was taking the positions and creating a hierarchy within them, right? And so in my mind, if a supervisor thinks that they need 2 district directors and therefore doesn't need a district rep and a district aide, I was okay with allowing that office, and I will answer to the public for myself, and I will hope that supervisor answers to the public themselves about how they've worked their office out. So that was what I thought you could live with another full-time person versus another person. And
the distinction is another full-time person that is at the district representative level versus the district director level.
Right. Thank you.
Two district directors and a part-time district aide.
Was that option B?
Yes.
So basically what it is just adding 1 full-time equivalent to each of your staff if you so desire, if you need it, if you want it.
But we need to be clear here. It's not just adding 1 FTE. It's adding 1 FTE that falls under a particular job classification.
Right.
So you can't just say 2.5 FTEs and we'll decide what we're going to call them. That's not how this works.
That's why I'm saying option B is my choice, because it is the full-time equivalent. It's the same. It's the district director. They're going to be paid equally so that they can carry the same workload.
Now, in option B, because it is an FTE, you could, on that second district director, create 2 part-time positions out of it. So there's that
I wasn't interested in
flexibility.
that. I was just thinking that
Yeah.
if we had a budget and 3 classifications and the budget, sorry, if the budget was consistent and we agreed on the budget per office and we had 3 classifications, how you used that budget within those 3 classifications was up to your needs. So you could hire 2 at this level or 1 at that level or 1 at each level.
I agree for the concern, about watching the budget. The difference is $70,000 for a year. And, you're talking about our service to our constituents at the expense of saving a dime. I'm not going out on a limb, Well, then compare the costs. What are we each spending on personnel right now, each district?
I don't have that on hand, but I could get that in report.
Yeah, I think obviously, I don't disagree.
Some districts are already spending more than others, and no one's criticizing that.
Jane had a comment?
It's a request for clarification, just to ensure that once we come to a board motion, we are bringing back what the full board would like. Board members have been using district director and chief of staff interchangeably, and I think it would be helpful to clarify what are we talking about so that we bring back what you asked for.
District director on my part, I have no interest in the chief of staff.
And I advocate for a chief of staff, district director, and aide, as people need, because the chief of staff overall directs, and then those people report up. And when you're looking at trying to bring somebody in, and things have changed since 2007 when these district aides were first brought to this board, and now we've got people at higher level coming in to work with us. And we just had an example of that, somebody coming in to work as a district director at a higher level role, and I think it's appropriate to have a staff member at a higher level role and then direct staff below. And it's an equivalent of what's out there. Chief of staff's another board of supervisors, chief of staff at the legislative level. I think it's an appropriate title for our district directors.
So a chief of staff is going to oversee how many people?
The chief of staff is a title, and it can oversee
Up to 1.5 or 2.5.
2.5 if it's District 3, 1.5 if it's
District 5.
1, or District 5, 1 through 4.
Supervisor Jones, do you have any final comments?
I just wanted clarification. Supervisor Gore said a chief of staff and who, what was your hierarchy?
A district rep, and if we have option A, a district rep and a district aide, or if you're in District 5, it could be up to 3.5 versus 2.5 total.
So I guess my comment would be is my call is that I need the workload. I need someone to handle the workload. That's why I'm not interested in a chief of staff right now, because I have a workload that surpasses a district representative at a lower pay scale. It's going to be that much harder to fill at a lesser pay, but when I'm going to be demanding that they work every bit as hard as my district director. So that's why I would, quite honestly, I'm going to make a motion for option B for 2 district directors, because I need it now, and I know you all will need it before the next census.
Motion on the floor for option B.
We have public comments still.
Yeah. Oh, is there any public that wishes to address the board on this item? No, geez.
When I first heard this, I knew I had nothing. Oh, Pamela Grant from Auburn. I know none of you personally, but I've watched you and your careful stewardship of the taxpayers' money. This morning, Supervisor Jones going through the difference between $3 a meal to $2.93 a meal, and I could see her watching her doing the math. And I've watched you approve the funding for a statue, and you approve funding. I don't see any frivolous expenditures. Maybe I don't agree with all of them over the past years, but I don't see it done frivolously. So when you're asking for what you need to do your job, I tend to have to agree, although I'm not intimately familiar with the details of your jobs. And if I were, I wouldn't vote for the person I could vote against. And I feel that's how your constituents look at you. So this is not the time to get penny pinching. when somebody is earnestly asking for what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mike Murray from Rockland. Thank you for the great conversation on all that. I personally would encourage the board to exercise conservative fiscal responsibility on this issue. Fiscal responsibility creates less dependence on the state, and it mirrors our community values. I understand the work that it takes to be everywhere, always on the move for both supervisor and staff. And quite frankly, you guys do a great job of it. And it's not easy. And especially with the campaign season coming up, there will be more requests for you at places. But this is the most prudent move, and it's to protect the taxpayers, and it's reliance on the state. Again, I ask for the board to exercise conservative fiscal responsibility on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes. Someone online? Yeah.
Yes. Cheryl, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I want to second what Suzanne's needs are. So I heard that the CEO's office went out and basically did a needs analysis and had workshops at taxpayer dollars. And I don't see any data other than the chart that said, echoing what Suzanne said about her needs, that she's got 37,000 unincorporated residents and nowhere to go when we have issues other than to talk to her. So I think, first of all, we're missing that actual report from the needs analysis. If you went out and interviewed all these people, where is the data that says this is what each of the district, why are we even talking about this? It should be up on a slide somewhere. Where are the needs for each district? Secondly, the cost at $750,000 or $725 for option A and $805 for option B is the tip of the iceberg. The CEO's office should have provided what is the lifetime cost for those employees. The rest of us have potentially lost 30% of our life savings. We're in an inflationary period, and we're talking about how many dollars. We don't know because it hasn't been provided. So if CalPERS stock tanks, what does that mean? How much money is going to be left to run the county? We don't see any of these dollars, and they're huge dollars. That is not fiscally conservative. The other thing, I do understand that, for example, when I contact Cindy Gustafson's office, I get great response, and I appreciate that. So I do understand that there is both a need current and a need future. Supervisor Jones is the only one, other than saying we're busy, that provided a need for an immediate full-time director. So I think that actually should be separate, because she's saying that she can't manage what, and I don't see that coming from the CEO's office. She is saying she needs a headcount to manage her district. I think that should be handled. I think option C is not ready for prime time. There's like no data there at all. It sounds like there's several hybrid options that should have actually been presented on paper rather than a complete ABC. If the CEO's office talked to each of the supervisors, why isn't that matrix available? Why are we having to discuss it back and forth and look at that? Chief of staff, I've worked in many corporate organizations. A chief of staff typically handles 100 to 500 people. So I think a chief of staff position, I think that's adding fat at the top. When I talked to the previous CEO, I asked how many principals, I was looking at all these promotions in the county, and Cedra, I asked him for how many principals, how many seniors. There's all these promotions going on. Great that people are doing a great job, but in the corporate world, the top 10% get that, not 30%, 40% of people get promoted. So it seems like there should be a little bit more analysis actually provided, rather than as someone here said, we have an omnibus, let's just hire all these directors. I think it should be needs basis, and I don't think the data has been provided. So thank you very much for your time, and good luck on your decision.
Jane?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify for the tax-paying public, there were no workshops. These are HR interviews with individual supervisors at their request, which resulted in the options A, B, and C before the board for consideration.
Thank you.
And we might want to clarify that all of our staff are at-will employees, and they are not eligible for CalPERS. And they each sign a contract for. You did? Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry. I just.
Part-time is true.
Okay, but they're not guaranteed a position.
Right.
Right? So they only have a contract for a limited time, and then if the supervisor is gone, they might be gone too. Okay.
They would be
Well, that's good. You get to have CalPERS. I didn't know that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Okay.
Come on, somebody, please second it.
Motion dies for a lack of a second. Supervisor Gore?
I appreciate that you would like more.
I need more.
And I understand that we're all busy and we all have a lot of work to do. I just agree with Supervisor Landon that I have a really hard time moving to an additional higher level person for each district, which does increase the costs even higher. And when I'm always trying to look at the bottom line and trying to keep costs down where I can, I really too struggle with having higher paid staff when I've seen that you can have a group of people do the work. And you may be disappointed that there's somebody that you'd like to hire at a higher level, but I really think that this is the best structure for the board as a whole to have some consistency, and then people can choose to hire within it or not. So I would like to make a motion that we move forward with option A.
Is there a second?
I'll second. I had a question. Does that include the option on the titling? Because I too agree with Chief of Staff. This is not a CEO corporate world. This is a political world in which Chief of Staff is used. And when we look at these individuals, if we're getting the best and the brightest, they're going to be looking to move on. And that is in a political realm, they would be looking. That title will carry weight as they move forward because they're not guaranteed a job. They're looking at it annually. So I strongly support option A with the titling, and I don't know if you want to modify that or not.
I'll modify the motion, yes.
There's a discussion.
Beg your pardon?
I said there's a discussion before we vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say I understand that you appreciate and you're listening to me, but at the same time, none of you are hearing me. I'm talking about my district's need, my constituents' needs, but you are all voting against my needs because you have 6,000 constituents, I have 30,000. And so it's not fair in my book for you to say you understand me, but yet you haven't lived a day in my shoes. We acknowledge that District 5 is special, but when you take District 5 off of here, there is a huge anomaly between Districts 1 through 3 and 4. It's huge. 8, 10, 6% to my almost 40% of the unincorporated constituents in Placer County. Thank you.
I want to be clear, we're adding staff to every district in this. And I understand it's not at the level you wanted, and I was trying to see if there was a way to do that, but we are adding staff to every district. And I'm concerned about that. I am, because then it'll be meeting, training, and travel, then it will be office space, it compounds.
That's
But
up to us to control.
as a group, we all have to stand behind every budget expenditure for this county and for all the constituents. So we are adding staff for you, and I understand that it's not what you wanted, but it's a good step forward. It's
already obsolete, that's all I can say. It's obsolete. It's like planning to add a lane to Highway 65. One lane isn't going to solve the problem. We're already obsolete and behind the power curve. So,
Any more discussion? Will the clerk please clarify the motion?
Motion by Gore, second by Gustafson.
Yeah, but what's the language?
The motion is for option A with a chief of staff title.
Okay, that's a motion on the floor. Supervisor Landon, did you have a comment?
Just waiting for the roll call.
Oh, okay. Will the clerk please call the roll, or this call for the vote?
Gustafson? Yes. Gore?
Yes.
Landon?
Yes.
Jones?
No.
Holmes?
Yes. All righty, thank you, everybody. Now we will move to closed session, is that correct?
Try to make it through. The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 3 items of existing litigation, 1 item of anticipated litigation. The board will also consider conference with labor negotiators for the DSA. Item BB on the agenda for PCDDAA is pulled.
The board has just returned from closed session, and county council will report out.
The board met in closed session to consider the following under existing litigation: Arceo versus City of Roseville et al. The board heard a report and provided direction on a 5-0 vote. City of Lincoln versus County of Placer. The board heard a report and provided direction on a 5-0 vote. Taylor versus County. The board heard a report and provided direction on a 5-0 vote. Under anticipated litigation, the board heard a report on the 1 potential case. No action requested or taken. Under labor negotiations, DSA, the board heard a report and provided direction of 5-0 vote, and as stated before on the second item, PCDDAA, the item was pulled. This concludes the report out of closed session.
All righty, and that concludes the business before the Board of Supervisors on February 28th.